कि उमा महेश्वर राव, डायरेक्टर ऑफ N.I.T राउरकेला का स्वागत करें। सभी एनसीसी क्लैप, सब एक साथ एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेंगे। शुरू कर।
जय हिंद। मैं कैडेट लोकेश सेवदा
और मैं कैडेट आकाश सिंह, और हम आप सभी का N.I.T राउरकेला में तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं।
और आकाश, क्या तुम्हें पता है कि आज हम सब यहाँ क्यों एकत्रित हुए?
हाँ, बिल्कुल पता है, because it is the first time in N.I.T राउरकेला that we are having a national conference on Indian defense systems and role of National Cadet Corps.
ना संघर्ष ना तकलीफें, ना संघर्ष ना तकलीफें, क्या है मजा फिर जीने में। ना संघर्ष ना तकलीफें, क्या है मजा फिर जीने में। तूफान भी थम जाएगा जब लक्ष्य रहेगा सीने में।
वाह, अब ये सुनने के बाद हम आप सभी के लिए एक वेलकम डांस लेकर आ रहे हैं, लोवेस्ट डांस ग्रुप दैट इज कोरियोग्राफ्ड बाय सोनू तंती। सो एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए उन सभी के लिए।
अरे माँ, बस करो, कितना खिलाओगी?
खा ले बेटा, वैसे भी मेरे हाथ का बना हुआ खाना पूरे साल में एक ही बार तो खाता है।
भैया, इस बार 2 राखी बनवा लो, पिछले रक्षाबंधन पे भी नहीं थे आप।
मेरी प्यारी सी बहन को मेरी उम्र लग जाए।
हेलो कैप्टन, आपकी छुट्टी रद्द की गई है। आपको जल्द से जल्द सरहद पे रिपोर्ट करना होगा।
यस सर, जय हिंद।
यह डांस सैन्य जीवन को दर्शाती हुई एक बहुत अच्छी प्रस्तुति थी और इसके लिए एनसीसी क्लैप तो बनता है। सब एक साथ एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेंगे। शुरू कर। तो अब हम इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि हमारे NIT राउरकेला के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर के उमा महेश्वर राव को स्टेज पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने की विनती करता हूँ।
और अब हम आज के सम्मानीय अतिथियों को स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले हम बुलाना चाहूँगा लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल S.C. कुलकर्णी, कमांडेंट ऑफिसर 9 उड़ीसा बटालियन। और अब हम बुलाना चाहेंगे कर्नल P.D. गैरसो, कमांडिंग ऑफिसर ग्रुप हेड क्वार्टर संबलपुर उड़ीसा बटालियन।
और अब हम बुलाना चाहेंगे लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजीत बेहरा, NO NIT राउरकेला। Now I request our SW cadets to come forward and offer our chief guest and guest of honor with bouquets. सभी तालियां। और अब हम हमारे मुख्य अतिथि और सम्मान्य अतिथियों से निवेदन करता हूं कि वो दीप प्रज्वलित करने के लिए आगे आए। सब एक साथ एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेंगे। शुरू कर। Now it is a request to everybody to please stand up for national anthem. सभी खड़े हो जाएं. Start. भारत माता की भारत माता की जय भारत माता की जय
सबसे निवेदन
और अब
Now I would like to request our Convener Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Bera, ANO N.I.T. Rourkela, to come and address us. So I welcome sir.
चल रहा है. A very good morning all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Karnam Umamasar Rao, Director N.I.T. Rourkela. Respected Guest of Honor, Colonel S.C. Kulkarni, Commanding Officer 9th Odisha Battalion. Respected Guest of Honor, Colonel P.D. Gaso, CO Group Headquarters, Sambalpur, Odisha Battalion. Respected invited speaker from different battalion, my esteemed colleagues, staff, my cadet and students. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all to this conference. The aim of and objective of this conference is to focus the attention on the current scenario, technologies and research activities in Indian defense system, and to create the awareness among different cadet, NCC cadet and NCC related personalities to give the awareness about the responsibility about the defense system and how we'll develop and how we'll create different technologies. Okay, so this 2-day conference will cover 6 invited talks, more than 10 contributory talks and more than 30 poster presentation from various battalion of India. We are keeping 3 best oral and best poster presentation award in this group to motivate our presenter. We got various support from different sponsors from Messr Barbaric Steel PVT Ltd, Messr Rourkela Iron Ore Mines, Messr Thakur Prasad Son and PVT Ltd, Messr NSPSL Sundargarh. This national conference may help to encourage the young generation of our country towards technology development and research through interaction with the prominent academicians working in the field inside India. This conference also gives an opportunity to create a new door to collaborate with different technology development activities across the country and also abroad. And this conference also in different direction aim is to develop master degree courses this related to defense technology, and this is the nucleation point between army, defense personalities, academicians, professors, and research students, and supporting uh, uh, weaponry steps. I wish a pleasant stay and fruitful interaction in this 2 days of this conference. I also welcome all the persons from media, press, different companies. Once again, I welcome all the participants. Without those participation, this conference could not be possible. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
और अब हम बुलाना चाहेंगे आज के हमारे सामान्य अतिथि लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल एस.सी. कुलकर्णी 9 ओडिशा बटालियन और I would love for all of you to know this that he has served in Siachen Glacier's high altitude areas, plains of Punjab and Rajasthan and Northeast region, and has also continuously worked in counter-insurgency operations. So everybody, please give a round of applause for Lieutenant Colonel Shashank C. Kulkarni.
Dr. Rao, Colonel Gasso, respected ANOs, PI staff, मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, cadets, media कर्मी, and parents. Firstly, I will thank Dr. Rao and Dr. Behra to organize this conference on National Defense System and role of NCC. I will try to throw some light on today's topic, that is National Defense System and role of NCC. Now, as we understand, National Defense System, as far as our country understand, consists of 3 services, that is Army, Navy, Air Force. All these 3 services chaired by respective chief, then Committee on Cabinet Security, and then Prime Minister. President is ceremonial head of our country. Then, when we designed this national defense system after independence, primarily we have kept our adversaries in mind. That is basically earlier it was Pakistan and China oriented. But slowly, as country progress, develop, threat dynamics and perceptions, they have changed. So simultaneously, this system also undergone certain changes. However, the aim of system remain same. Apart from these 3 services, there are national intelligence agencies, RAW, IB, SIB, and so many active and passive elements of intelligence as well as defense system. Now, keeping all these things in mind, role of NCC cadets. All these systems which I have earlier brought out, they form first tier, second tier of defense. Second tier defense, first tier defense is formed by Army, Navy, Air Force. Second tier defense is formed by CAPF, basically SSB, CRPF and BSF and other intelligence agencies. Now, after that role comes of NCC, NSS and other youth organizations of the country. They form third tier of defense in case of extreme eventuality. Now, here I would like to bring out NCC of our country is the largest youth force in the world. Can anybody tell me what is the strength of NCC today? Yeah, any cadet? Okay, no issue. It's more than 13 lakh. It's more than 13 lakh and it is under expansion. So another by 2025, it will cross more than 15 to 16 lakh. Except China, no country in this world hold this much strength in his army. So you understand this discipline, motivated, trained, organized organization. The purpose of this organization. Now, to conclude, I will pose today's challenges in front of our defense system as well as just thinking line for these NCC cadet. That is a new third dimension of war, asymmetric warfare, something called asymmetric warfare. Now this asymmetric warfare basically it consists of economic warfare, cyber warfare, satellite warfare, and last but not least, what is ChatGPT? It is also part of cyber warfare only. Okay? Because this can think, this can act, this can take decision on its own. So, your generation will face these type of challenges more rather than conventional challenges. Conventional challenges. When I mean conventional challenges in terms of physical threat, that is a threat which will be guarded by Army, Navy, Air Force. Once again, I will take this opportunity to thank Dr. Rao for inviting me as a guest, and I will thank all the cadets, PI staff, NO. I hope for successful completion of this event. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for filling us with so much of good information.
अब मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा हमारे सम्मानीय अतिथि कर्नल पीडी गेस्सो, कमांडिंग ऑफिसर ग्रुप हेडक्वार्टर संबलपुर उड़ीसा बटालियन. He has expertise in missile system, commanded air defense workshop, missile unit and UAV units. So, welcome by giving NCC claps. NCC claps शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर.
Jai Hind to all of you. Can you hear my voice? The one sitting at the last, can you hear my voice? Okay. Dr. Rao, all my PI staff, and my dear cadets. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this event today. Yesterday, just your CEO gave me a call and said that I should be here today. So I started at around 5 o'clock in the morning, and by 8 o'clock I was here. Now, to begin with, when we talk about Indian defense system, what is the first thing that comes to our mind? Like CEO said, the first thing that comes to our mind is Army, Navy, and Air Force. Yes, Indian defense system has been categorized into three, unit: Army, Navy, and Air Force. We have got our own role to play. Army has got their own role to play, Air Force and Navy. Now, what is the role of the armed forces? It is just not only to protect our nation from both external and internal threats. We also participate in various other activities like giving aids to other foreign countries. Whenever there's an urgency, whenever something goes wrong in the country, some natural disaster has struck somewhere, we are there. So that is the softer side of Indian Army. And see, when we talk about 1960s, we are no longer that army of 1960s. Trade with nuclear power, we are the one of the, I should say, the strongest armed forces around. And we are ready to accept all kind of challenges and has the capability even to stand up in front of so-called the superpowers. So remember, our force is one of the strongest, second largest in the world, with about, if I'm not mistaken, 1.4 million people serving in the army. And we have undergone a lot of changes. There are other departments like DRDO, where we now have reduced our ex-imports. Ex-import means buying weapons and technology from other countries, right? We have our own department now, and to fulfill the Make in India initiative, we have developed a lot of things, a lot of modern technologies. We have the capability and the technology now. So I should say, armed forces, be it Army, be it Navy, or be it Air Force, it's one of the best in the world. Now coming to the role of NCC. See, when you first joined NCC, you joined NCC during your school days. You were there, and then in the college, and by the time you you are qualified for C certificate. By the time you finally get C certificate in your hand, you are almost 50% trained. We have trained the NCC giving the basic military training like drill, firing, map reading, and you have attended various camps. So you are used to with the the armed forces type of life. So there should be no reason why I should say you are the best and the fittest to join the armed forces. And like you are all from the technical background. See, I am also from a technical background. I have done my BTech and I have done my radar engineering. And you have a lot of opportunities. Not only even if you don't join armed forces, you should try and become a scientist and join DRDO. So that way, you are going to make a lot of changes. Join armed forces, and I'm sure, especially NCC Cadet, you are something like the first among the equals, right? Join armed forces, be it Army, be it Navy, be it Air Force. You will make the organization, and you will take the organization to a better height. Now to conclude, I should like to quote, there is one quotation by Chethud. It is said that the honor, safety, and the welfare of the country comes first. The men you command, the safety and honor of the men you command comes next. And third, your own ease and your safety and your welfare comes last every time and always. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for having such a wonderful speech.
And we are really delighted to have you here in N.I.T. Rourkela. So now I'd request our chief guest for today's event, Professor K. Maheshwar Rao, to come forward and address us. Everybody, please give a round of applause for our today's chief guest.
the most honorable guest of today's morning, Colonel S.C. Kulkarni. I'm sorry, I do not know the full form of CO90BN, and another guest of honor, Colonel P.D. Gesko, CO Group Headquarters, Sambalpur, and our Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Behera, and other officers from various other institutions and organizations, and my proud cadets, boys and girls of both Army, Navy. We have only Army and then Air Force, and my faculty members and other guests and my dear students. It's definitely a moment of pride for me to be standing here for the inaugural session of the National Conference on the National Defense System and the role of NCC. I would just like to narrate one small events that happen around us with us. When there is a competition between N.I.Ts, we recently organized a girls cricket championship at N.I.T. Rourkela, and naturally it so happens that all the students of N.I.T. Rourkela, they feel that they belong to N.I.T. Rourkela, because they were fighting with the other N.I.T., which is N.I.T. Delhi. And then there was so much of a josh in the crowd that even the ordinary players, the so-called ordinary player on the pitch, right, he gets motivated, and then ultimately, let me tell you, N.I.T. Rourkela girls team won the championship. It's all because the question is that, what I'm really trying to let you know is that we are a territorial people. We belong to a territory. If it is an institution, we belong to the institution. If it is a family, right, if somebody in my family is being hurt or is really being put in danger, right, I react. That is a natural phenomenon, because right, we belong to the families, we belong to the state, or we belong to the country, we belong to the territory, and so on and so forth. And then when it comes to the territory or territorial ownership, that India as one country, we all really react to that one. I will take you all to the recent memory lane, through the memory lane of Kargil war. That was the most, right, I would say that the war which most of the Indians do not like to forget. There were so many movies taken after that, okay. And then when I was at N.I.T. Suratkal, we had one chief guest by name Subedar Major Yogendra Singh Yadav. I don't know how many of you know him. May I know how many of you know him? Subedar Major Yogendra Singh Yadav. Can anybody raise the hands? I see that only 3 hands have been raised. So the question here is that he's a Subedar, soldier in the army, 19 years old boy from Aurangabad, I think. Okay. I just was trying to check from where he belongs to. Okay. He was in the war front. That was his first experience in the war. Just 19 years old. Means he must have been equal to the second year BTech student. He has been given some army training, and then he knows how to hold a rifle. All that he was told, because he was in my house. 2 full days he was in my house, and he was my guest at N.I.T. Rourkela in the director's bungalow. That he stayed in my house because we have invited him. I wanted to have the honor of having the guest living with me in the house, because I'm not a soldier, that at least I can really take the pride of being really the host of the most honored, the army person, Subedar. And when he was narrating, the Tiger Hill War, at least most of you remember the the actor who acted in that same movie, Hrithik Roshan. Hrithik Roshan has really had a movie in that one. Maybe most of you must have seen that movie also. It's a Tiger Hill. Lakshya. You may not really remember Subedar Major Yogendra Singh Yadav, but then definitely you remember that particular movie because it's a movie for entertainment. But let me remind you one thing. There are two instances which each one of you should really understand that. The importance of army or for that matter, per se, the Indian armed forces. All the three, right? Okay, now coming to this particular man, right, he was told by his captain, I'm sorry for the designations, I may be using the designations wrong, but then he was told that when you are in a war, जब जंग में हो बस गोली चलाना, बंदूक उठाना और गोली चलाना. अगर गोली नहीं चलाओगे, वो गोली चलाएगा और तुम्हें सोचने के लिए कुछ नहीं बचेगा. When you are in a war, when you are in a jang, when you are in a war, the only thing you just have to think is that the other person, he is also a person, the other person who is enemy into your territory, because we are territorial people. Understand that. If when a thief walks into your house, you don't really think about whether the thief is also a human being. अरे चलो बिठाएंगे, चाय पिलाएंगे और कैसे बेटा या क्यों चोरी करने आए, ये तो सब तो पूछेंगे नहीं ना. First thing what we do is that एक डंडा उठाएंगे, मारेंगे और सर पे ही मारेंगे ताकि वो गिर जाए, ताकि भाग ना जाए. This is our natural instinct. Somebody who is also a human being has invaded into our territory. First natural instinct is that you have to really put him down. That is what is the war, the bloody war. Okay? It was in that bloody war between India and Pakistan, the Kargil war. This man, they have to capture the Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill, only they can know, right? It is all sub-zero temperatures. And it is in the peak in the Kargil area. And then, by then Yogendra Yadav has taken 15 bullets on his body. Remember that. 15 bullets on his body. And then still they have captured, only 5 of them were there. Only 5 of them were. And then in that, 4 were already grounded and only this man was there. He was also point blank. It seems that Pakistani soldier, he has fired at him point blank. The only thing is that there was a 10 rupee, newly released 10 rupee coin in his pocket. Right? The bullet hit the coin and ricocheted, and that army, whatever his Pakistani soldier presumed that this man is dead. Yogendra Yadav is dead. It is not a movie, it is not cinematic, it is real because I have heard from Yogendra Yadav's own words. And then he was profusely bleeding. He just picked up his rifle and then killed that man and then took the flag and hoisted the flag on top of the Tiger Hill. This is the belongingness to the nation. Because by then he has taken 15 bullets. 1 bullet straight point blank on the chest. Only thing is that it did not hit, it did not pierce through his heart because there was a 10 rupee coin in his pocket. He is still having that as his locket, the 10 rupee coin, which gave him the life. And then he collapsed. He collapsed, and after a few days, that his regiment, identified that he is there. And he was declared, all the 5 who went to the Tiger Hill are dead. So his family in Aurangabad, they had already done whatever the rituals are all completed. His wife, young wife, right? By then she was carrying, that's what it was told. Okay? They were all made to believe that he is dead. His brother was an army, his 2 other elder brothers were all in army. His father was also in army. Right? Each one had an opportunity to fight for the country is the pride which they take and they took. Okay? And then this man turns out to be alive. When he goes back home, nobody believed that this is Yogendra Yadav. because all the rituals are over. This is the life of the army person. What we all have to really remember, one thing, my dear boys and girls and students, my dear students, is that we are here safe. चैन का नींद सो रहे हैं, but somebody is taking a pehra on our borders and the line of control. What exactly is the line of control? I went to line of control. Again, during N.I.T ke Suratkal, and then Indian Army wanted that drone survey be done along the India-Pakistan border, right? It has to be done in the nights so that there will not be any movement of the people, any theodolite or a surface machine. Today, they think that a drone is moving, you just bring the drone down. It was in 2018, right? Me, a group of 10 students from N.I.T students, just 10 students, they were all ready to take the drone surveying on the border in Jammu area. And I think I forgot the name of the school which is on the border, sir. What is it starts with the name P. Pulwama, or I don't know, it's not in Jammu itself, it is there in Jammu itself. There was recently, 3 months ago, there was a terrorist attack on that particular school. Kendriya Vidyalaya. Okay, in Jammu area, and then that the Jammu and Pakistan border is there. Sialkot or Sialkot se thoda aage jana hai. KV, some KV. We were there, okay, and in the nights, you hear the sound of stray bullets. 10 students, civilians, we are not army people, and then we do not have the guns. Me, my wife is also there, because she also was curious to really go on to the India and Pakistan border. We went there. I met one Mr. Naik, N-A-I-K. He's just 22 years old. He wanted to take a selfie with us, me, my wife, and then my students. Then the reason what he told is that I will take a selfie because here on the line of control, we don't see the civilians. You are the rarest of the rare civilians on the border. We only see people in uniform, and it's only the uniform that communication happens. This is one. I will send this particular selfie to my wife that I met with somebody from Karnataka, because Naik belongs to Belagavi. He wanted to send a message to his wife. And second thing he said is that I will take the selfie here now, because today night, this is my night duty. I take one round, second round I may come to see you or not, because a stray bullet may be hitting me and then I will be down. That means every soldier on the line of control has a clarity in his mind that it is not always the war which puts them down. It's on the border, one stray bullet from the other side can put you down, and then you are no more. Right? So now this is the question which we never realize, that we have never realized when we were fighting for some silly reason on the campus, that somebody is really taking care of us on the border. Somebody is taking care of us on the border at the cost of his life, that we are having a beautiful sleep and then seeing that whatever the movie that Hrithik Roshan has really enacted in that. Right? We are watching Netflix movies while having the food in Zomatos, and then given up on our self-made teas or coffees or anything, all on Zomatos and this Netflix. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, all sorts of movies. But somebody has taken the responsibility of keeping you discomfort at the cost of his life is one thing which we all have to understand. It is not just the war. What I just want to really make you realize is that it is not just the war that calls you the importance of an army officer. Every day. You just do not have any idea if you go on to the border, line of control, and you just see. You just see there is one people tree which does not belong to the any area, because 30 meters from Indian border you cannot cross, and 30 meters from Pakistani area you just cannot cross. This is no man's land. Rather, this 30 meters each side they belong to that. But then we had to go crossing that particular fence to do the drone surveying, because there was a dispute. There was a dispute about which is the survey line which is defining Indian territory. And they picked up N.I.T. Rourkela. The reason is that they did not want, if they really call anybody in the near about the places, they didn't give us the time also. Yesterday we got the information, today we were asked to come to Delhi, from Delhi we were flown to Jammu. Okay, because they wanted to keep us anonymous. They want to keep the press and any other persons absolutely in uncertainty that what is happening there, unknown. Right? For that, 15 days we were there in that army camp, and then that 15 days in that area made me realize that it is something different that we did not know as a civilian, that what is the life of a soldier which he is leading there. Right? It's one thing is that N.I.T. Rourkela has taken the step in including NCC as one of, because it's not one, it's not only the compulsory course, credit course, but then it is one of the credit courses. And then I request Lieutenant Dr. Professor Ajit Behra to make you realize a lot of engineering is required. Drone survey, and then automation, lots of computer sciences, and then electronics and communication is required in army today. The reason is that it is not just that the lathi which you see in the hands of the constable is the end of the what is that called, the arms. No. Absolutely not. And in fact our Indian army, I do not know whether they are today as equipped as our neighbors. I am not talking about any other country. The reason is that somebody is fighting us from the hilltop, China, and we are on the bottom. There is a gravity advantage. We are fighting against the odds, but still we are fighting. Arunachal Pradesh on the other side, eastern side, we have enemy. We have enemy because they are also trying to say that the territory which does not belong to, so what we call, do not belong to them is what they claim that it belongs to them. Likewise in the west also we have enemy. Where on top Nepal is also not sitting silent. On the bottom Sri Lanka is also not sitting silent. The rest of the land that we have, we do not, whatever the land that we have neighbors who are not having a friendly relationship with us. The others is only ocean. Apart from that one, we have internal fight about the Naxals. I'm not talking about anything about that. And terrorists. In this condition of uncertainty, we really have not realized that army has been on our side. Tufan ho, abadi ho, fire ho, earthquake ho, first personal who really be present on that place of event or incident or an accident, it is the army. They have been doing thankless job. They have always been doing thankless job. We fought for 90 plus years to get independence. And then having got independence, my dear boys and girls, we have a responsibility. Today we have a responsibility to build the nation, and our policy has never been that occupy the territory, neighbor's territory. Our Indian policy has never been that. Indian policy has always been that Earth is a single planet and the entire planet is one family and the entire family has one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is what is our philosophy. So now we can never become the fighters occupying the neighbor's territory. We are only trying to fight to protect our own territory. Right? With these few words, I take enjoy the moments of pride standing here and expressing my two of the experiences which I thought the young boys and girls, you have to understand, right? It is not the Netflix, the movie that you see and then get motivated. The reality also, you just try to take an excursion anytime. Go to Jammu. N.I.T. Srinagar is there. If anybody is interested, I can really talk to the director there. Finally, from Jammu, we went to N.I.T. Srinagar, and then we had some wonderful time because it was snowing during that time. And remember that even the students who had gone with me, third-year students, 2 girls and then the 8 of the boys, and then me, a professor from civil engineering, and 1 professor from electronics and communication because of the drone. Right? After that 2 weeks of stay in that Kashmir, that Jammu, India and Pakistan border, we had a picnic time in Srinagar, and it was snowing there. In that cold winter, we used to do surveying at 11, 12 and 1 o'clock, you know. And that was the little, as a civilian, I could really do to the army in doing the surveying. Okay. Thank you very much. Feel pride of what you are, being an Indian, because it's the only one community in the world who thinks the welfare of the neighbor. That's the moment of pride that you have got to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for reminding us of our heroes and realizing us that how important our Indian Armed Forces is even in our daily lives. So सब एक बार इंडियन आर्मी और इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेंगे. शुरू कर. और अब मैं हमारे लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजीत बेहरा सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो आज के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर को मोमेंटोस दे.
सभी एक साथ एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेगा. शुरू कर. सभी एक साथ एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेगा. शुरू कर.
और अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कर्नल पीडी ग्यात्सो, कमांडिंग ऑफिसर ग्रुप हेड ऑफ क्वार्टर संबलपुर ओडिशा बटालियन से कि वो आज हमारे चीफ गेस्ट को मोमेंटो दे.
सभी एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेगा. शुरू कर.
कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं कैडेट प्रियंका गिरी
और मैं कैडेट प्रदीप
आप सभी का पुनः स्वागत करते हैं.
तो अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम टैग सेशन की शुरुआत करेंगे, जिसमें सबसे पहले हम लेफ्टिनेंट उदय सर को बुलाना चाहूँगा, जो हमें इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस में एनसीसी कैडेट के लिए कैरियर और जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ के बारे में हमें कुछ बताएंगे. तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल उदय सर का स्वागत करते हैं.
Thank you. Good morning, one and all. Esteemed colleague. At the outset of my presentation, I would like to thank Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Behra sir, who invited me and who has given this opportunity to give my presentation on career and job opportunities for NCC cadets in Indian Armed Forces. At the outset of my presentation, I would like to ask a few questions to all of you. How many NCC cadets are here? Those who are not in uniform. Those who are in uniform, obviously it is very easy to recognize them. But those who are not in uniform, and rest of others are other students, I think. Students, teachers, maybe some media persons, and some parents or guardians. So, those who are NCC cadets, how many of you opted NCC by your choice? You know something about NCC and you want to make your career in that field, you want to take the advantages of NCC and you enter into there. So, more than 80% cadets, you opted NCC by your choice. It means you have passion and you want to make your career in this field. Some of you opted NCC by chance, not by choice. But sometimes when we do something by chance, you have to prove it that you opted it by choice. Right? So, before discussing the job and career opportunities for NCC cadets in Indian Armed Forces, here I would like to make you understand why this NCC. Why this NCC one student should opt for. Generally, there is a wrong conception in their mind that when we talk about NCC, generally what they think, it is wastage of time. It is wastage of time, and if someone joins in NCC, then maybe the different activities of NCC will hamper in your academic activities. Do you agree? Do you think so? How many students are from science background? Most of you are from science background. So, you might have spent 8 to 10 hours during your plus 2 science. You might have spent your 8 to 10 hours for your studies, right? Are you spending the same time during your undergraduation? I don't think so. Being a teacher, I have 11 years experience. Even the BSc students, they don't spend 5 hours. Am I right? Okay? Then how joining in NCC is wasting of time? Right? So, joining in NCC is not wasting of time at all. Right? Generally, boys, they go to gymnasium to make them fit, to stay fit. Right? And they spend 500, 1000, more than 1000 rupees per month. But after joining in NCC, is it required to join in any gymnasium? I don't think so. Once you are going through your physical training, then no other physical exercise is required. Is that clear? Right? So, first thing, if we try to understand NCC or NCC cadet, then obviously there is the importance of NCC cadet and why it is required. Right? First thing is, you are a student, but you are wearing uniform. The first thing which you can feel, there is a difference between you and the other student. Second thing, you are NCC cadet, you are interacting with the army personnel, the other student cannot do that. Just before some time, you took photos with the army officers, but the same opportunity may not available for other students, right? So, the NCC provides exposure to the cadets in a wide range of activities, right? And what are the activities? That activities may be social service, right? Generally, the other students, for the sake of photos, to upload the photos in your Facebook or to keep it on status on WhatsApp, they take photo and they just try to spread the message in the society that we are doing social service. I am talking about the other students. It may be NSS volunteers, it may be YRC volunteers. But when it comes to NCC cadets, actually they do social service, right? And the need of the hour in this 21st century, we have to instill in the mind of the students that social service is also part and parcel of our human life. And we must spend some time for our society. We are spending 24 hours in a day, right? And we are spending 24 hours for different purposes. But if we are spending 1 or 2 hours in a week for social service, it means a lot for the society, right? Discipline and adventure training, obviously, when the NCC cadets, whatever may be their personal nature, whatever may be their personal life, but when they are in a training, when they are in a class, or when they are in any kind of activities, then obviously their discipline indicates they are something special, right? And different adventurous activities. Last year we had been to Tirupati and we walked 12 kilometers and that too hilly areas, right? 3,500 steps, okay? Then at that moment it was very difficult for us, but later on we really enjoyed it. So in different adventurous activities in student life, no one will get the opportunity to visit different places of India, right? But it is only NCC cadets who get the opportunity to visit different places through different camps, right? I have never been to Tirupati before, but NCC provided me an opportunity to attend that, right? So like any adventurous camp, even there are very important camp like RDC, Republic Day camp, Alsainik camp, Youth Exchange program. There are so many other programs are there, right? And once you become the part of that program, then you will feel proud of yourself being an NCC cadet, right? And generally who are joining in NCC, you know it very well. So there is no need to explain it. Starting from the school to college and university, the regular students, they are joining it in NCC and it is on voluntary basis. We are not forcing the student that yes, you have to come and you have to join in NCC. No one can force you, right? But yes, we can make you understand what is the importance of NCC and why it is required to join in NCC. So, again, one thing what I have observed, that NCC cadets when they pass their C certificate exam, then they forget NCC. Then they forget uniform. Then they never visit the college again. That should not be. Once now you wear uniform, after your C certificate examination, your target should be the uniform not for 3 years, the uniform for forever. Right? This uniform is temporary. It is only up to your C certificate exam. Am I right? But after C certificate, what next? When you become an Indian Army officer, right? When you become a Navy officer or you become an officer in Air Force, then your teacher will feel proud of yourself. Yes or no? Your teacher will feel proud. Your parents will feel proud. Your friends will feel proud. And those who are criticizing you, why you join in NCC? Because joining in NCC is wasting of time. Once you become a major or lieutenant colonel, right? And when the people will start saluting you, then your friends will realize, yes, NCC is something else. Yes or no? Even it is prescribed in your syllabus, aims and objectives of NCC, right? So, obviously, the first thing in this 21st century, among the youth mass, what we are not getting is good character, discipline, self-motivation, right? And you know, all of us, we are citizens, those who are above 18 years, but we are not useful citizen of the country. We are not patriot citizen of the country, right? So NCC teaches us these whole things. It may be discipline, it may be character, it may be leadership, it may be adventurous activities, right? Or it may be anything else. To create a human resource of organized, trained and motivated youth, right? Now you are youth mass, you have energy, right? So you can attend any kind of physical training for 6 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. But look at all the NOs, we are above 35, right? But when we went for training at Officer Training Academy, Kamti, Nagpur, right? The drill, when it comes to drill, right? We are afraid of drill generally, starting, initially, okay? Just imagine, the men of 35, men of 40, men of 45, men of 48 in our batch, they went through the training, right? And when we completed 3 months training program, then we realized, yes, we really enjoyed the training, right? So generally the NCC cadets, they are self-motivated, right? Self-motivated and motivated. What is the difference? What is the difference between motivated youth mass and self-motivated youth mass? Is there any difference or both are same? Yes, then what is the difference? Motivated youth means somebody else motivated you. And you motivated for some time and then you change. But self-motivated means you motivated yourself, right? It may be because of your surrounding, it may be because of the environment, it may be because of the people around you, right? When you motivated yourself, that will last for a long time, right? So NCC cadets are, they are self-motivated, and obviously the NCC cadet have good leadership quality, right? That you just observe, if there is welcome ceremony in your department, then it will take 20 to 30 minutes to arrange the student to take a photo. But when it comes to NCC cadet, it will take hardly 2 minutes. Yes or no? That is the difference between NCC cadet and the normal student, right? Then again, in all walks of life, including the armed forces, and be always available for the service of the nation. So generally, the NCC cadets, they are available for all kind of services, right? Be it social service, be it war. You might have the idea that when NCC was introduced and later on in 1962, right? When there was war. So at that time, due to the shortage of army, even the NCC cadets and the NOs, even they were the supporting hand in Indian Army, right? So NCC cadets and the NCC officers play a very crucial role in the different activities of our nation, and they are part and parcel of the nation building process. Now, why this NCC? First thing, obviously, physical fitness, discipline, leadership quality. When you join in NCC, obviously you develop your leadership quality, you develop your characters, good characters, right? Then at the same time you develop your leadership quality. But ultimately, what is our goal? What is our aim? To be someone in our life? Yes or no? If I am today NCC officer, but apart from that, what is my identity? My identity is lecturer in English, right? So why I studied MPhil in English? To get a job, right? Now why you are doing NCC? Obviously to take the advantages of NCC. When you are joining in NCC, then you are appearing 2 certificates, D and C certificates. I am talking about the ST and SW, right? And when you are appearing for two certificates, B and C certificates, if those certificates are not useful in the future, then why you do it, right? Ultimately, your goal is to make your career in this field. Yes or no? And here, if after completion of your C certificate exam, if you become Odisha police, then don't proud of yourself that yes, I did my C certificate in NCC and I got this identity. Because that identity can be achieved by a 12th standard student who is physically strong, who is doing physical exercise. So what should be your target? You should be an army officer, right? Because if you become an army officer, the identity of your institution, the identity of your college will change, right? So let us discuss what are the opportunities in NCC, right? Especially what are the opportunities for NCC cadets in Indian Armed Forces. That when you do your NCC course or when you appear for C certificate exam and when you get good grade in C certificate exam, then after that, what are the advantages of it? It is prescribed in your syllabus. There is nothing new on it, but still I am discussing some few points which may be useful for all of you. Right? So IMA, what is the full form of IMA? Indian Military Academy. Where it is located? There, right? So generally, it is a dream of the youth mass. Those who are the part and parcel of NCC, obviously NCC will give them an opportunity, right, to know about IMA and to be part of IMA. But those who are not in NCC, for them, obviously it is a dream, right? So people from Odisha, generally only few areas people are representing in Indian Army. But a place like Punjab, a state like Punjab, a state like Haryana, right? From every village, someone is there in Indian Army. So for them, here, what is our general trend here in Odisha? To be a teacher, to join in Odisha police, right? Or to join in any clerical job, or those who are good students, their dream is to be an administrator. And those who are not good in all these fields, they join in politics. Is that clear? Right? But a state like Punjab, Haryana, Dehradun or Uttarakhand, where you will find the army officers, the army personnel from each and every village. Right? So for them, doing something in Indian Army or getting into IMA is a dream. Right? And here, what kinds of relaxations are there in IMA for NCC cadets? Have a look, right? In every regular course of the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, 32 vacancies are reserved for the C certificate NCC cadets, right? So generally what happens? Some students, they quit NCC after 2 months, after 3 months, right? But those who stay for 3 years and those who complete their course, then they complete their C certificate exam, and if you complete your C certificate exam with A grade or B grade, then obviously you will get relaxation in this field, right? So 32 vacancies, 32 is not a big number, yes or no? Because India is a country where 140 crores people are there, right? And you just imagine, and to be among the 32, best 32 in India, right? So you have to imagine like that, right? But to join INA, it's must for all the candidates to be declared successful by the Service Selection Board. SSB is there, right? SSB is there in Odisha also, but that SSB is different than that SSB of Indian Army, right? Here in SSB in Odisha, State Selection Board, but here in SSB in Army, it is Service Selection Board. So, no doubt, you may be exempted from written exam, but all the other formalities are there in IMA. Before getting into IMA, you have to complete that. Like personal interview, group discussion, right? If your communication skill is good, right, then there is a possibility that you can make your bright future in Indian Army, right? The next is the cadets with C certificate are exempted from CDS examination conducted by UPSC, right? Union Public Service Commission conducts different examinations, right? And CDS is one of the exam which is conducted by UPSC specially for Indian Army, right? So in that field also, even the C certificate holders are exempted. Just you can imagine, right? What is the weightage of NCC C certificate holders? You can imagine that, right? The cadets with C certificate are exempted from CDS examination conducted by UPSC, but for this, the cadet must have A or B grade in C certificate, right? What you have to do is, if C certificate is with you, then that is not enough, right? You should have good grade, right? A or B. NCC certification offers you 10 to 15 bonus marks in paramilitary forces recruitment, that is your BSF, CISF, then CRPF, SSB, etc. Right? In all the paramilitary services, right, there is 10 to 15 bonus points or bonus marks for NCC C certificate holders. Right? Then your dream should be part and parcel of Indian Armed Forces. Is that clear? It should not be simple that yes, I will complete my C certificate only for the sake of right, uniform, and I will just take the photos and I will enjoy my 3 years camp, physical exercise and these all things, and after that I will do what I want to do. It should not be like that, right? Then if you have NCC certificate, then your written exam will be waived off for the post of soldier. Okay? Like Indian Army, even in Indian Navy also, there are some relaxation. There is some job opportunities for NCC C certificate holders. Right? In Indian Navy, the NCC certified candidates get 6 extra marks for sailor's job and 15 extra marks for artificer apprentice. Right? So just you can imagine, even in all India level job, when you are applying for any job, like recently the Union Public Service Commission has declared the result, right? And it's around 38 candidates, they get selected in UPSC recently, and I think 9 candidates, their rank is below 100. Okay, and it's a good sign, right? And if you know the fact, then the difference between rank 1 and rank 10 is not like 20 marks, 30 marks or 50 marks. It may be 2 marks or 3 marks. Is that clear? That if there is a rank holder rank 1 and rank 20, the marks may be, it may be 15 marks or 20 marks. It will never. It may be only 2 or 3 marks. You may think that yes, the rank 1 secured 500 marks and the rank 20 secured 450 marks. It's not like that, right? 0.5 or 1 mark. So there may be 2 marks difference between the rank 1 and rank 20. And when you are getting 10 or 15 marks bonus point because of your C certificate, then it makes a great difference. Remember it, right? Up to 9 vacancies in Navy are reserved for NCC C certified candidates to get the recruitment done on these vacancies, the candidate must have done his or her BSc in physics or maths. As we know, to join in Indian Navy, the candidates should belong to science background, right? For Indian Navy, but not for Indian Army, right? There are some certain posts, there are some certain jobs in Army where the student or the candidates should from science background, okay? The age group of the candidate must be 19 to 24 years. He or she must have passed by SSB exempted from CDS examination of UPSC, right? When SSB conduct the exam, so at that time, no doubt, you will be exempted from written exam because of your C certificate. But that will not enough if you don't have good communication skill, if you don't have good IQ power, if you don't have good leadership quality. Because when there will be a group discussion, I would like to ask you one thing. Why generally the different companies or UPSC conducts group discussion to shortlist the candidates? What is the reason behind it? Can you tell me?
So their success requires teamwork.
Teamwork. Like the topic will be given to you, the topic will be given to a team or a group to discuss on that topic, right? And the time limit is not more than 20 or 30 minutes, right? So within the 20 and 30 minutes, those who are on the board, what they generally discuss, so what they generally judge from you. Do you have any idea about that?
So to reach a conclusion after having a positive discussion.
Okay. Anything else? Like 10 participants are there in the group and 20 minutes is given to you to discuss on that topic. Then what are the other things they generally? Yes. Yeah, way of talking, personality, and concluding remarks, and
reasoning ability, someone's reasoning.
Okay. And
leadership qualities also, sir.
yes.
In a group, a leaders matter, sir.
Yeah, leadership quality. They generally try to find the good leadership quality among you, right? Sometimes abstract topic will be given to you to discuss on that topic. Like ABC is equal to XYZ, discuss ABC is equal to XY, okay, Z. Discuss on this topic. Then how can you start the topic? Yes, please.
So we can start an abstract theory that what begins at that ends at the same rate.
Suppose I ask you, discuss on this topic. Now, ABC is equal to XYZ. Suppose the topic is this. The topic for group discussion is this one. How can you start the discussion? How can you relate the topic with something else?
Yes, sir. First of all, in an alphabet, ABC are the from the starting of alphabet and XYZ are the end.
Okay.
So, in everything, life, in every activities.
Very good.
From where we start, we have to end in that way. From
Okay.
the course.
Then what is the topic? You have to find it. You have to name the topic. ABC and XYZ. This is not the topic, but you have to relate it with a topic, and then you have to start the discussion.
We can relate a topic like what goes around, that comes around. In this way.
I agree with your point, but the thing is that you have to name the topic. That yes, this is the topic and we have to discuss it. ABC is equal to XYZ. This is not a topic at all.
The topic may be gender equality, girls is equal to boys.
Yes, very good. Right, see right. Like gender equality. Yes or no? When most of the times we think that male they are superior, female they are inferior. Sometimes female they think if the number of female is more than the male, then the female think we are superior, you are inferior, right? But only some those who are the rational people, they think boys and girls, male and female, men and women, both are equal. So in this way you can start the topic. ABC is equal to XYZ is an abstract topic, but we can start the discussion like boy equal to girls. As we know, from gender points of view or from gender equality points of view, boys and girls there is no any difference at all, right? So like this, in a group discussion, what happens? They will test your leadership quality, they will test your approach. Sometimes what happens? Some participants are dominating. They dominate others. Right? That is not a good quality of leader. Dominating others is not a good quality at all. Right? Someone is speaking for 10 minutes and another one is keeping quiet and not speaking a single word. Then how can you prove your leadership quality? You can invite others to participate in the discussion and to give them an opportunity to speak. Yes or no? Right? So there are so many things they will test you. And in interview also we think that they will test your knowledge. Not at all. Knowledge is part of the interview. No doubt they will test your knowledge, but knowledge is not everything in the interview. If you answer 10 questions, there is no guarantee that you will get selected. If your attitude is very arrogant, right? If your approach is not appropriate, is that clear? Right? So then in Indian Air Force, right, the NCCC certified candidates get the advantage of 5 marks. In pilot course, total 10% vacancies are reserved for NCC cadets. Right? And yes, someone is having good knowledge, someone is physically fit, but not well trained. But NCC cadets, if someone has passed C certificate, then obviously the cadet has spent 3 years in NCC, and obviously that candidate is better than the candidate from other areas. Yes or no? Right? So that's why in 3 services, it may be Indian Army, it may be Indian Navy, it may be Indian Air Force. In 3 services, there are a lot of opportunities are there for NCCC certificate holders. Is that clear? For the candidates who aspire to join the defense forces, NCCC certificate is a golden opportunity for them to get into SSB directly. Right? One girl from Zekepur, you might have heard the name of the place, Zekepur. One girl cadet from our college, he gets selected in SSB. Right? So, some of the boys, they are in, some of the young men, they are in Indian Army, but there are rare, we can say, right? Girls from Odisha who are representing in Indian Army. So just you imagine, if you clear SSB and if you become an army officer of your localities, then you are a role model for all the youth mass. You are role model for all the girls. And boys, those who make your career in Indian Army, then those who are making fun of you, that yo, you are NCC cadet, oh, you are wearing a uniform, oh, you are saluting your officer, those who are making fun of you, they will salute you. They will tell you, once I took my son was sitting there just before some time, he is 4.5 years old. Once I took him to our college at 4:30 AM, right? Just to make him understand the importance of saluting. Okay? So he just observed all the cadets, they just came to me and they just they wished like Jai Hind sir, Jai Hind sir. Then sometimes when he becomes very happy, no, then he generally wish me like Jai Hind sir. Okay? So even the importance of Jai Hind, generally the NCC cadets and NCC officers, we are feeling that yes, it is ordinary. No, it is not ordinary at all. Right? Except the SP and collector. Is there anyone who is getting salute in civilian life? Not at all. Except the superintendent of police, the IPS and the IS. Except them. Even people, they would greet collector like Namaste, Namaste only. Not Jai Hind. Only the police personnel, they will wish her or him Jai Hind sir or Jai Hind ma'am. Yes or no? But if you are in any post in Indian Army, then those who are your subordinates, those who are your juniors, they will salute you and you will salute your officers. Right? And in Indian Army, you will get a very disciplined way of life. You will know that and you will adopt it in your life. Wearing of dresses, having foods, talking with others, working, everything, whatever we do in our day-to-day life, those all things will be rectified in our day-to-day life, right? And obviously, generally, the NCCC certificate holders, they are exempted from SSP, right, written exam. And directly they appear for group discussion and personal interview. For group discussion and personal interview, you should have the art of speaking. You should have this. If you have this quality, then there is a possibility to clear that. And once you clear it, and if you just complete your training program, then you are just like a prince or princess. You are just like a king or queen. You will lead a life of dignity. Right? In India, everyone wears the uniform of Indian Army, but it should not be. So when someone wears the uniform of Indian Army, then you will feel different. Now you are in NCC uniform, you feel different. When you wear your college uniform, there is a difference. Yes or no? NCC certificate holders will have following benefits over non-holders in defense as on 2017. Have a look. There are a lot of opportunities are there, and I think all these points are prescribed in your syllabus, right? So there is nothing new on it. But the thing is that knowing something and doing something to achieve that, there is a difference, right? All of us we know that if you become an IS officer, then you will enjoy all kinds of power, right? And people will respect you, okay? Generally, in a middle class family, when we invite guests for any birthday party or any marriage, who will attend the party? Maybe our relatives, friends, colleagues, if someone is a job holder, right? That's all. But if you become an IS officer, who will attend the party? Minister, governor, maybe sometimes if it is Khordha district, then chief minister also, right? That is the difference, right? The powerful people, if you are a teacher like us, or if you are in clerical job, if you are in Odisha police, then your lifestyle will be something else, right? I am not underestimating this whole cost, but the thing is that now you are the youth mass, then you can dream high and you can achieve something different than others. You can create your new identity. If you do the same thing, then what is the difference between them and you? So, you have wear your uniform, then try to dream to wear this uniform forever. It may be as an IPS officer, it may be an Indian Army officer, okay? It may be any other officer in Indian Armed Forces, right? I am not repeating all those points because there are some other speakers, and other benefits of this certificate. Even in taking admission in any university, right? Now you suppose you complete your undergraduation final year, right, or third year, then after that, if you want to join in any universities, okay, then remember it, there is 5-point bonus marks for NCC cadets in any post-graduation admission. Just imagine that your friend has secured 66, you have secured 62, right? But because of your C certificate, you will get admission, your friend will not. Is that clear? Right? So there are some other opportunities are also there in other fields, even in different state government services, right? Priority is given to the NCC cadets, right? Recently, the Odisha Police Department has given the appointment of constable post, right? In those posts also, most of the districts you will find, right, the NCC cadets are there, right? If you count the numbers, then if there are 50 candidates are there, out of 50, maybe 30 or 35 candidates are from NCC background, right? Okay, thank you all of you. If you have any query, if you want to ask any question, you can.
If you have any query, you can raise your voice.
Okay, thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation and your work.
तो अब हम बुलाना चाहेंगे लेफ्टिनेंट आर्य प्रकाश जेना, who is from 9 Odisha Battalion. He is commissioned on 2017. उन्हें 2 पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया गया है. DG Commendation Card in 2020, Best in Drill at PRCN Course 2019. वो एक ex-NCC कैडेट रह चुके हैं और अपने स्कूल और कॉलेज में बेस्ट कैडेट भी रह चुके हैं. वो एयर विंग में A सर्टिफिकेट और आर्मी विंग में B and C सर्टिफिकेट के प्राप्ति हैं और वो TSC दिल्ली में भी भाग ले चुके हैं और अभी वो इस बार ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर की तरह काम कर रहे हैं इन इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. तो वो आज हमें फोर्टिफाइंग इंडिया, एक्सप्लोरिंग द रोबस्ट डिफेंस सिस्टम एंड एनसीसी's वाइटल कंट्रीब्यूशन के ऊपर कुछ बताने जा रहे हैं. तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए लेफ्टिनेंट आर्य प्रकाश जेना का.
Now I will invite Avira sir to come on stage and give momentous to all the respected speakers to the talk session.
Sorry for the introduction. So, it's the master by Lieutenant Uday. So, I would like to request Lieutenant Uday to come over here and we will present a memento for your talk. Video recording is here, and you will get the link after this. Now we will continue the second talk by Arya.
Okay, good afternoon to all. Can remove your caps and just relax. Okay. So for the session, I have chosen the topic that fortifying India, exploring the robust Indian defense system, and vital contributions of NCC towards the nation. So actually, I have already talked with Lieutenant Ajit sir that this topic is a very broad topic and it is a very vast topic, and it is very difficult to concise or settle in a small PPT. And it's a very thrilling experience for me to collect these information for you. Hope these informations will help you in the future as well as it will also motivate you that how the Indian Army or Indian defense system works, and you should know or you must know this data or particular type of informations which I am going to present. So for the convenience, I have just made two sessions or two parts. The first part consists of exploring the robust Indian defense system, and the second part is the role or contributions of NCC. In the first part, I have this type of points. First, we start from the India's strategic locations and geographical challenges. And the second point is importance of defense system. Third is India's robust defense system. Then the fourth one, advanced weapons and modern technologies. Then next one is the Atmanirbharta in defense, humanitarian assistance and relief. And the last one is border road organization, that is BRO. So first on to the geographical challenges that we have in our country. That in India, you all know that the India is surrounded by multiple countries in our border area, surrounded by many countries. So we have Pakistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar also. Then maritime boundaries also we have. There are three oceans: Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, and the Bay of Bengal. Then India's location makes it crucial player to maintain peace and to maintain the security. So the second part is the terrorism and security threats. India faces persistent security challenges in experienced numerous acts of terrorism both domestically and from cross-border groups. It is a big challenge for us to have these terrorist attacks or terrorism activities, as well as we have some internal insurgency or internal terrorist attacks that makes us more vital for securing our security. Then is regional integrations and cooperations. When you are surrounded by multiple countries, so you should make cooperations and good relations with your neighbors. So for this reason, India continuing very good in SARC meetings, and another one is BIMSTEC. These two organizations or associations is basically made to make good cooperations and good relations with the neighbor countries. And both these associations or both these summits are held frequently. 7 countries involved in these two particular association or groups. However, conflicting interest, historical disputes and political differences among regional nations pose challenges of this effort. So it is very difficult to maintain these relations with the neighbor countries. Non-traditional security threats. Non-traditional security threats, that means for simple example, we have relations with Pakistan, we have relations with Bangladesh. But we have certain kind of traditional disputes which continues for last since several years. So India faces non-traditional security threats such as climate change, food security, water security, scarcity, and cyber threats. Challenges requires multilateral cooperations, and India's strategic location demands its active participation in addressing such issues. So it is quite difficult for us to maintain this type of issues, solve and to go forward for the future. Next one is national security. The defense system acts as a deterrent against potential aggressions, preventing or minimizing the likelihood of external threats and attacks. It is again another problem for India to maintain the internal aggressions or political aggressions is there also, which gives helps to motivate the problems generating more and more. Then sovereignty and independence, the most important one. A strong defense system enables a nation to protect its interest, make independent decisions, and assert its authority in the international area. That means we are always aim to maintain the interest of our nation first. So for us, it is important to maintain the sovereignty and independence of our country. Then deterrence, a capable defense system acts as a deterrent. The presence of a credible defense force with sufficient military capabilities which makes the country more stronger. Then next one is crisis response and disaster management. This point also is a vital portion for a country to move forward. If you have a large amount of technology, large amount of infrastructure, but the natural calamities or natural problems makes you more problem, and it is a hindrance or obstacle for the growth of the country. Then economic stability and development. Obviously, economic stability must be present in a country so that the country grows easily. Then regional and global stability. Sorry. Regional and global stability, we have a very good stability in our world scenario. We have a good positions in the world scenario. Protection of values and ideas. Sorry for this. Then strategic influence and diplomacy. Diplomacy plays another important role. You have listened or watched the TV in general news that you have watched the news that we have certain kind of issues regarding the crude oil purchase from Russia, and this type of issues has continuing in every sessions of India's in diplomatic relations. So India put its best position in this type of issues. So strategic influence and diplomacy should be there. Then come to the overview of India's robust defense system. Now come to the part of Indian defense system. That all of us know that Indian armed forces consist of Navy, Air Force and Army. So these three particular units consisting their own territories and consisting of their own tasks and operations. Then nuclear deterrence. All you know that recently we have celebrated the second Pokhran test, 25 years of celebrations. We have conducted these events. So India possesses a nuclear weapon program which it maintains a deterrent against potential aggressions. Then comes to the defense budget. In 2023 and 24, India just allocates 5.94 lakhs crore, that is 13% more than the previous year. So India is focusing on the Indian defense system and investing more and more funds or budgets to have the strong defense force. Then indigenous defense industry. Indigenous defense industry basically relates to the Make in India or Atmanirbharta concept, that the Indian companies or Indian firms or Indian organizations just like DRDO, HAL, these organizations are investing their technologies or their thoughts for the development of Indian arms and weapons. Then advanced weapons, border infrastructure, counter-terrorism capabilities, defense cooperations, all these factors are responsible for the robust of Indian defense system. Then we have also another interesting point, that United Nations peacekeeping. We have also contributed in different parts of the world for their benefits or for their growth. In different areas, that means is there any requirement in natural calamities or is there any requirement for the development of the other nations, United Nations always prefer India to come forward and place them. Now come to the advanced weapons and modern technologies. The first advanced weapon or technology is SMART. SMART means supersonic missile assisted release of torpedo. This is the full form of SMART. SMART is an advanced torpedo. This basically works on a different mode. We are saying that this is supersonic missile. Supersonic missile basically launched from the ground or earth, that is moved to the air and then go to the sea, and inside the sea level it can hit the target. So it is a supersonic missile that India have. So the range of this supersonic missile is 50 to 650 km or 30 km in torpedo. It covers up to 30 kilometers inside the sea. So that makes an impact. The strategy is under development because it has to be some more big in the range wise or capacity wise. So project cost is about 340 crores. So this is the recent development of the Indian defense system. This is a smart technology that is also interesting to know that this type of technology is tested in our Chandipur in Odisha. Then the space power, we have ASAT, that is anti-satellite weapon. In 2019, 27 March, it tested at operations called Mission Shakti. So it used Prithvi Defense Vehicle Mark II. It can intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles. So to intercept these missiles, we have this space power asset, and this is the most strong radar-based systems that we have. Next, come to a very special defense system or weapon that is known as Kali. How many of you listened or heard about this Kali weapon? Okay, very good. There is some kind of myth that this is a secret weapon that India have, and this is not publicly declared that India have this type of weapons. But still, it is under confidential, or it is secured inside the defense system. It is not maintained just like other weapons India have. So Kali is the linear electron accelerator being developed in India by Defense Research, DRDO and BARC. So both these DRDO and BARC has developed this. The Kali is a particle accelerator. It emits powerful pulses and electrons. Other components in the machine down the line convert the electron energy into electromagnetic radiation, which can be adjusted to X-ray or microwave frequencies. So you can see that basically this weapon uses the microwave frequencies or the X-ray particularly. High-powered microwave gun may be able to disable incoming missiles and aircraft by destroying their electronic circuitry and rendering them out of control. So it is basically meant to secure the space. The system is still under development. Efforts are being made to make it more compact as well as improve its recharge time, which is at the present make it only a single use system. This is another one. Before Kali, we have a Durga. You know the name of the goddess. So it is Durga stands for directionally unrestricted ray gun array, a laser weapon of 100 kilowatt. Basically, it is a laser gun. Range 250 meters to 5 kilometers. Developed by DRDO. First test conducted in 2017. So you can see the picture or image. Can you identify the picture background of the particular Durga weapon?
Yes, sir.
What is that? Red Fort at Delhi. Actually, this image is available in Google also. You can search for that. And this image has been made because this equipment has been placed in Red Fort for the drone secure system. Basically, those persons are using drone or for any kind of attack by the drones. So the Durga equipment has been placed in Red Fort to make secure the Red Fort, to make secure for the events that happens there. This is the picture image of Kali. You can see this is a very big weapon. So it is very difficult to use, or it is very difficult to move from one place to another place. So work is undergoing. Near future, we have a very small compact form that helps the basically those are using space activities or using missiles that can be different. Next comes to the Atmanirbharta in defense. 2022 was the year path-breaking for reforms Ministry of Defense, as giant strides were made by the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and our Honorable Prime Minister. Atmanirbharta force is initiated basically aimed to build a youthful and tech-savvy military ready to meet future challenges. Basically, this Atmanirbharta program has been made to make more focus of the young peoples or young technicians to motivate them and use their skill for the development of the defense system. Continuous effort is to increase defense exports in order to achieve the collective goal of global peace and prosperity. That is, make in India, make for the world. Then comes to the border area development, Nari Shakti, expansion of National Cadet Corps, and setting up new Sainik schools to instill patriotism among youth and forward with renewed trust. Next, Atmanirbhar defense system consists of different type of projects and programs. The first one is Agnipath, major transformation defense. You have already heard about that, Agnibees, and you have also knowledge about that, how the process is going through the Agnibees project. The scheme has been designed to enable youth people for the armed forces to bring about a transformational shift towards a more tech-savvy military. Encouraging responses we have received last year. We have last year over 54 lakh registrations, including by female aspirants also. Army 37.09 lakhs, Navy 9.5 lakhs, Air Force 7.69 lakhs. So it is a great response last year for the Agni scheme. Next comes to INS Vikrant. It is also indigenous defense system. A red letter day for Atmanirbhar Bharat. India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, was commissioned by the Prime Minister in 2022 with 76% indigenous content. That means it contains 76% of Indian-made components. The 262.5 meter long and 61.6 meter wide ship. It is capable of operating air wing consisting of 30 aircraft comprising of MiG-29K fighter jets, Kamov 31, MS-60R multi-role helicopters also. In addition to the Indonesian manufactured advanced light helicopters and light combat aircraft, Navy also placed. Then comes to other major activities or other major points that including the Atmanirbhar defense. That LCH Prachand. We have two images at the beginning of this particular advanced technology slide. This one. Yes, this one. This is the image of indigenous aircraft, that is Prachand, that is dedicated to Navy. And second one is M4 armored vehicle. This is special armored vehicle. It is a joint venture of South Africa technology also. So one company is there, Cadet local firm. So that made this type of armored vehicles. And after the Pulwama attack, these type of vehicles are introduced in the Indian Armed Forces, so that the soldiers can be protected efficiently. So this armored vehicle has the capacity of 50 kg of ID explosives that can handle from one side, and 10 kg of TNT blast it can handle from the other side also. So this is all about your administration and Atmanirbharta. There are lots of more points are there, but it will be difficult to discuss all these points due to time constraint. Yes, that is LCH Prachand. The Raksha Mantri presides over the formal inductions of light combat helicopter designed and developed by HAL, Prachand into the Indian Air Force in Jodhpur in October 2022, that is last year. The LCH is the first indigenous multi-role combat helicopter. It has potent ground attack and aerial combat capability. It possesses modern stealth characteristics, robust armor protections, and formidable night attack capability also. Next we have missile destroyers, then diving support survey vessels, ICG ALS squadrons, C-295 transport aircraft manufacturing facility. This is a big achievement for us that we have C-295 transport in India also. In the private sector in Vadodara, Gujarat, we have that particular C-295 transport aircraft manufacturing unit. Then BrahMos extended range version, Prithvi 2 submarine launched ballistic missiles. These are the major successful missile test happens in India, and these are the data from collected from the last year, 2022. So you can see that the number is 12. That means you can think that for a year there are 12 months. And in 12 months they have conducted 12 major missile tests. So India is very much aggressive in their weapon system. So naval anti-ship missile, quick reaction surface to air missile, then phase 2 ballistic missile defense interceptor. So next comes to the humanitarian assistance. So Indian Army or Indian Armed Forces are also engaged in different type of relief works, humanitarian activities. Based on requisitions received from civil administrations, Indian Army deployed 58 columns, that is including 15 engineer task force in 11 states. This is the data collected from the last year. Assistant and disaster relief operation this year. Around 31,000 individuals are rescued in such operations. Avalanche rescue operations are Uttarakhand. And 93 civilians rescued from suspension bridge at Gujarat. Next, helicopters have been also used for relief activities. This is the image of evacuations of pilgrims from Devgad ropeway. So, airlift also conducted for the cheetahs to Kuno National Park. During 2022-2020, sorties were flown towards the casualty evacuations. This also includes rescue of foreign nationals. That means we are also using our armed forces for relief activities for foreign nationals. Then special operations by Indian Navy. These are anti-piracy patrolling bulk. Basically, these are anti-piracy means to the customs or coast guards are basically involved in this type of activities. Operation Sankalp, Maritime Security Operations code name Operation Sankalp in the Gulf region. Since June 2019, India has deployed 36 warships and approximately 361 lakh tons of cargo. That has been conducted under Operation Sankalp. Then Mission Sagar, in response to request of friendly foreign countries, maritime neighbors, India has undertaken transmission of humanitarian disaster relief. So these are the basic Indian Navy conducted operations. Then comes to accelerated work on bridges, border road organization, that is BRO. Border road organization is basically meant for Siachen Glacier, very tough terrain. So accelerated work on bridges, tunneling and runway works. Then 3D printed buildings also conducted by BRO. Use of steel slabs in road constructions, that is a great achievement of the BRO. And automations and digitalizations. Then comes the part, your part, that is role and contributions of NCC. Basically, we know that in NCC the youths are very much involved. So, in future we can say that Hindustan comes from Youngistan. So, we have different type of achievements in NCC, that is Puni Sagar Abhiyan, the most, what you say, that most popular form of activity that is NCC conducted. Puni Sagar Abhiyan, that is 1.5 lakh cadets from all 17 directorates are involved in this type of activities. You have also participated in this type of activities, Puni Sagar Abhiyan, that basically clean the river or water bodies. Then Defense Expo in 2022. In the first, NCC cadets of Bihar and Jharkhand directorate participated as exhibitors during the 12th Defense Expo in Gandhinagar and displayed 3 advanced technology prototypes. That means, just like you, 3 cadets participated in the Defense Expo and they have displayed prototypes, 3 prototypes. Then one is UAV used for tactical mission ranging from counter-insurgency, counter-terrorist activities. Another one is all-terrain vehicles and hand gesture sensing board. Next comes the special Swachhata campaign 2.0. You all know about that Swachhata Abhiyan activities. Then comes the relief activities in 2022. Cadet Manoran Sao and Cadet Kaushal Singh from Sambalpur, from our group, has participated or give their efforts for the relief work that is happened in Amarnath cave. COVID-19, also cadets participated in the COVID-19 pandemic period. So cadets have got their training from online sites or government sites. Then they can detail for the medical help or they can detail for the traffic control or detecting the patients of COVID-19. Then Youth Exchange Program, YEP, all of you know that this is conducted during the RDC. And near about 19 friendly countries have included in this Youth Exchange Program. And the list of names are there, 19 names. So this is the photo of 2023. The cadet Kritika Thapa, NCC Best Public Speaker. Then the most interesting part of this presentation is the role of NCC in 1965 Indo-Pak War. Anybody who had that idea that NCC has contributed significantly in Indo-Pak War? Do you have an idea? It is very interesting to know that one cadet, NCC Sergeant Pratap Singh, was awarded for the Ashok Chakra Class 2. That is during the war. The medal has since been renamed and its equivalent to the Saura Chakra. Now, Singh took part in the firefighting operations on 13 September 1965 at the Gurdaspur railway station. So, he was the cadet who is involving in the firefighting operations. So it is a great achievement for the NCC fraternity that the cadet involved in a war, live war. So hope this type of situation never occurs in future, because Indian Armed Forces, Indian defense system is more strong and hard and aggressive, that it is not required to involve the cadets in the war-like situations. Thank you. So I think I have completed this presentation very fast, because lots of points are there to mention. Hope you get some valuable points and information from these presentations. If you have any query, then you can ask.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So actually the traditional warfare is shifting towards the cyber warfare,
yes, right.
space-based warfare,
right,
along with chemical and biological warfare.
Yes, biological.
Though with the help of DRDO and ISRO, we are advancing in space, but we are not developing in the chemical and biological part. So, do there are any developments in that area, or what can I do? You can do.
Very good question. Sit down. Actually, sir has just told in the beginning of this session that the Indian Armed Forces is trying to develop their military as a tech-savvy military base. So, biological weapons, cyber warfare, these are the modern concepts. One word has been used by the Colonel S.C. Kulkarni, that ChatGPT. In near future, you all know that about ChatGPT, that is AI-based application. So, in near future, we have a large number of challenges relating to these type of advanced technologies warfare. So India is trying to make more advanced weapons, and it is very difficult to say that this type of weapons has been made to manage this type of wars or this type of technology. But India has their own way of maintaining this type of security. For now, I can say that India has its own cyber warfare cell and cyber warfare technologies. HAL is repeatedly contributing this type of technologies to maintain the basic requirements to maintain the cyber warfare. So it is difficult to mention the names. Actually, if I say that, I am not the right person to give the names of cyber warfare, because these are the hidden or confidential weapons that India has maintaining. Because you know that it is very vulnerable concept. If you know the names of weapons, if you know the range of weapons, and you also know that these weapons which are shown, all these range and specifications are limited. You never got this detailed information about these weapons. So in future we have better weapons, just like Kali and Durga, that makes our Indian defense system more strong. And the most challenging factor of Indian Armed Forces is now two things. One is to handle the cyber warfare. Biological weapons, somehow it can be maintained or it can be handled. But cyber warfare is very difficult to handle. So it is under processing, under development. Near future we can get a different picture, a big picture of Indian Armed Forces relating to the okay? Thank you. Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now I request N.O. sir to come on the stage and give the momentum to Captain Arya sir.
सभी एक साथ एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेंगे। शुरू कर। थैंक यू सर।
Now I request to Lieutenant Prakash Kumar Sahu sir to speak on the topic role of NCC in disaster management. He is the Associate NCC Officer, Junior Lecturer in Chemistry in Dhenkanal Autonomous College, and he completed his MSc MPhil in Chemistry from Revensa University, Cuttack. His teaching experience is 7 years and in industrial he is 4 years.
Thank you, Jai Hind. Respected ANO, N.I.T. Rourkela, Dr. Ajit Behra, sir, Arya sir, Meena madam, Dharmendra sir, all the dearest cadets. At the outset, I convey a deep sense of gratitude to, especially to Lieutenant Ajit Behra sir for inviting me to have a look on disaster management in Indian defense system and role of NCC cadets in that. Then these are the outlines: introduction, classification of disaster, recent disasters and trend in disaster in India, disaster management concepts, principles of disaster management in India, role and responsibility of NCC, and introduction about SDMP means School Disaster Management Plan. So, disasters are as old as mankind. Disaster cannot be rooted out, but it can be managed by promoting culture of prevention. So, disaster cannot be prevented, but it can be managed. Disaster management is presently focused on a risk reduction measures. So, what is the definition of disaster? So, a catastrophe, mishap or calamity or grave occurrence in any area arising from natural or man-made causes or by accident or negligence, which results in substantial loss of life or human suffering or damage to and destruction of property or damage to or degradation of environment, and is of such a nature or magnitude as to be beyond the coping capacity of the community of the affected area. So this is according to Disaster Management Act 2005. So the classification of disaster, the first part is the natural disaster. So in natural disaster we have meteorological disaster, then there will be topographical disaster, that is mainly natural, which cannot be controlled, then environmental disaster, then in our man-made disaster we have warfare, industrial, and the last one will be technological disaster. Then natural disaster under meteorological category, we have floods, tsunami, cyclone, hurricanes, typhoon, snowstorm, hailstorm, etc. In environmental category, we have global warming, then EI, Nino southern oscillation, ozone depletion, etc. Then in topographical, we have earthquake, volcano, landslides, etc. Then man-made, technological, we have transport failure, public place failure, fire. In warfare, we have war, terrorism, internal conflict, civil unrest, CBRN. Then we have in industrial, we have chemical, radioactive pollutions or spills. Then how the disaster is vulnerable to India. In India, the earthquake is around 58%. Drought is 60%, 16%, flood 12%, cyclone 8%, and landslide is on or around 3% vulnerable. What are the trends and challenges in disaster management? Just see this map. Here is the disaster zone. That is number of disaster occurred during 1995 to 2015. The deep blue zone, the number of disaster is supposed to be 164 to 472, and under this category India falls. So in India from 1995 to 2015, more than 164 and less than 472 disasters are supposed to be happened. These are the earthquake zone 2002 report, and where there is the red zone as more vulnerable, and followed by your orange zone, yellow zone, and blue zone. And these are the flood zone. I just keep these wind and cyclone zones of India. These are the map of refineries of India. That is your MMTPA report. Then we have the major disasters happened. In earthquake, it is 2005, it happened in Jammu and Kashmir. Then avalanche in February 2005. Then we have Bhuj earthquake 26 January 2001. Around 20,000 died and more than 5 lakh people affected. Then we have in Mumbai 26 July 2005 we have a flood. Earthquake in Latur 30th September 1993. And so many more disasters are there. And in the right hand side we have that Bhopal disaster, which is very much popular, and around 33,000 people are dead and many more are affected. The concept of disaster management, the disaster language. In disaster language, disaster is mainly due to your depends on your how much it is hazardous and how it is exposure and the vulnerability. So risk is equal to hazard into exposure into vulnerability. Then we have hazard into vulnerability by capacity to handle the disaster. It is your risk. So the hazard is maybe of technological, biological, if it is natural, it is hydrometeorological, geological, environmental, etc. Then vulnerability, it may be societal, economic, environment, technological, and the capacity, how to manage or how to handle the disaster, it will depend on the adequately trained person, and followed by access to facilities offering shelter. Then what are the equipments are with us to handle or manage the disaster. Then last one will be contingency or emergency expenses plan. Then we have the disaster action plan. What are the actions? The first action will be the awareness between us. So how aware we are to handle or manage the disaster. So awareness is followed by hazard identification, risk assessment, which is followed by planning. Proper planning is required. Then after planning there will be SOP or implementation. Then the reviewer arises. Then again from that reviewer, then again the awareness part. So this is a cyclic process. So what are the consequences of disaster? The physical consequences are endangerment, injuries, disabilities, loss of life. Structural damages are infrastructural damage, social, psychological and ecological impact and change in lifestyle. Economical, there is financial loss and loss of livelihood. Disaster management cycle. This cycle starts from here, preparation part. So in preparation part, we should assess the risk and followed by we should frame plan, proper arrangement, proper training and exercises. So after preparation, it is a response. So in response part, we have disaster emergency or situation stabilize. Then response is followed by recovery, and then the last part will be our mitigation part. Disaster management continuum. So this is just a cyclic or a graphical presentation that in your mitigation part, this is divided by 3 parts: risk analysis, prevention and preparedness. Risk analysis is vulnerability, hazard and risk assessment, hazard mapping. Prevention is structural measure, non-structural measure. The preparedness is warning and evacuation, planning disaster response, awareness, exercises, training, etc. Then in your response part, we have rescue and relief. In long-term measures, we have rehabilitation, reconstruct and a recovery part. Principle of disaster management. So the first part is always the planning part. So how vulnerable the disaster is, according to that vulnerability, we have to plan how to manage the disaster. Then planning is followed by organization, which is followed by resource utilization, need for specialists and training. Disaster response in India. Disaster response in India. So immediate reaction to disaster as the disaster is anticipated or soon after it begins in order to access the needs, reduce the suffering, limit the spread and consequences of the disaster, open up the way to rehabilitation. It can be done by mass evacuation, search and rescue operation, emergency medical services, securing food and water, maintenance of law and order. Then we have disaster management can be done with some level of planning and level of work. At level 1, the level of disaster that can be managed within the capabilities and resources at the district level. Then level 2, this signifies the disaster situation that require assistance and active mobilization of resources at the state level. The first is your district level, followed by your state level. And level 3 will be your at central level. So this corresponds to a nearly catastrophic situation or a very large scale disaster. This may be overwhelm the state or district authority. So disaster management or developments in disaster management. So this disaster management committee is first formed in August 1999. It is followed by 2001. Responsibility and Agricultural Ministry take over this responsibility, which is in 2002, June 2002, Ministry of Home Affairs. Then it is followed by National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA. It was established in 28 September 2005, and now the Disaster Management Act is framed on 23rd December 2005. Legal Institutional Framework Disaster Management Act 2005. So there is 3 tiers or 3 levels of disaster management. The nodal part of disaster management is a nodal ministry, which is under your Ministry of Home Affairs Disaster Management Cell. Under Ministry of Ministry of Home Affairs, there is 2 parts: NIDM and NDRF. The National Institute of Disaster Management and National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, which is managed by NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, and which is under your National Executive Committee, Chair HS. Then in your state part, this will be State Disaster Management Authority. In district level, it is District Disaster Management Authority. So these are the levels of your disaster management. National disaster management structure. 3-tier institutional mechanism. So one is national, state and district level. So at national level, we have National Crisis Management Committee, National Emergency Committee, National Disaster Management Authority, National Institute of Disaster Management NIDM, National Disaster Response Force and Armed Forces. In state level, we have State Executive Committee, State Disaster Management Authority, State Disaster Response Force, Department of Home, Police and Fire Services. At district level, it is District Disaster Management Authority, Police, Fire Services, civil defense and other volunteers. What are the agencies of forecasting? So disaster management or disaster, and what are the agencies? All meteorological hazards, Indian Meteorological Department, the tsunami, Indian National Center for Oceanic Services, INCOIS, flood, it is Central Water Commission, CMC. For earthquake, it is National Center for Seismology, landslide, Geological Survey of India, and avalanche, snow and avalanche study establishment. Then we have what are the battalions and their locations of NDRF in India. So there are, we have here 7 Battalion Bhatinda, 8 Battalion Ghaziabad, 6 Battalion Vadodara. In Odisha, we have 2 battalions, that is 3rd Battalion Mundari in Cuttack, and there is also 1 battalion in Baleshwar. So these are the chains of your NDRF headquarters, which is headed by your Director General NDRF, followed by Inspector General and Deputy Inspector General in NDRF Academy. These are the battalions under this category. Community responder. Community responder, it is a fast responder usually, but not exclusively, a lay person who have been trained to act in this capacity, who can safely respond after a disaster or emergency. So this responder is a lay person. But what are the roles and responsibilities of NCC in disaster management? This is very much important. So these are the activities NCC or NCC cadets. The activities are awareness and information campaigns, training of local volunteers, provide first aid and vaccination, crowd control, public safety, looters, establish communication with professional responders, to development and operational plan, directing traffic, organizing search teams. Then we have supply of food, water, medicine and other immediate need materials, ensuring sanitation and hygiene. So these are the activities NCC can do in disaster management. So the next level will be school disaster management plan. It can be implemented in school, colleges, universities also. So how to develop a school disaster management plan? So action 1, there will be for beginning, we have plan components such as hazard identification and safety assessment, a response plan. The hazard identification is maybe structural, non-structural and resource. Then response plan may be mitigation, evacuation or special provision for handicap. Then action 2, groundwork, hazardous vulnerability risk assessment analysis, existing work analysis, additional responsibility due to disaster, resources available and gaps, interdependency of responsibility, nodal person. Then we have, in the last part, we have action 3, departmental or stakeholders meeting, internal or external, then feedback for your standard operating procedure development. Then action 4, testing of SOP, workability, table TO or top exercise, simulation, which is followed by your development of IRS, line of communication, line of response. Then development of maps, soft copies, hard copies. Then we have development of mitigation plan, structural, non-structural, audit system, management and information system, visitor information system, point of dissemination and distribution of information, media management, safety tips. Then we have capacity building in action 9, school, team, individual. Then school management committee, principal is the chief of school disaster management, disaster awareness group, warning information dissemination group, disaster response group, which is of evacuation team, search and rescue team, first aid team, site security team, transport team and food and shelter team. Then we have how to plan. So step in school disaster management planning, sensitization meeting for awareness, formation of the school disaster management committee, hazard identification, preparation of the school disaster management plan, formation and training of the school disaster management team, awareness activities and dissemination of the plan to everybody, conduct regular mock drill, then evaluation of the plan to improve effectiveness. Lastly, we cannot stop disaster, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge and skill to save lives. So, any comment or suggestion? The last one, know the disaster, there will be no disaster. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now I request Eno sir to come on the stage and give the memento.
खत्म हो गया भाई आ रहा है ओ किसको बोलूँ बोल ओके 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 उसको फ़ोन करना ठीक है ओके
सभी लोग एक साथ एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेंगे शुरू कर Now we have a lunch break. We will continue our next session at 3:30 p.m.
And start 3:30. So all of you will present at that time, right? So you can see the sequence of presentation. I will tell just 1 minute.
So, once again, good afternoon everyone, and this is a really great opportunity for all that our NCC cadets are getting an opportunity to speak on the topics. The topics will be related to Indian defense system, role of NCC and related topics there will be. So first I would like to call upon Cadet Satyaprakash Behra, who will be talking about ballistic and cruise missile system and giving a base point on how it is to be acted. So let's call upon him with a great round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. I am Cadet Satyaprakash Behra, OD22 SDA 676088, N.I.T. Rourkela 9 Odisha Battalion. So किसी भी देश का स्ट्रेंथ और हम कह सकते हैं कि उसकी मिलिट्री स्ट्रेंथ है आर्म फोर्सेस की स्ट्रेंथ उसके मैरीटाइम बॉर्डर्स और लैंड बॉर्डर्स को सिक्योर करने के लिए बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि मोस्टली अटैक्स इसी वजह से ही किया जाता है तो किसी भी देश की मिलिट्री या आर्म फोर्सेस जितनी भी स्ट्रेंथ और जितनी भी पावरफुल होगी तो उसकी मैरीटाइम बॉर्डर्स और लैंड बॉर्डर्स उतनी ही सिक्योर होगी तो आज और हिंदुस्तान 3 आर्म फोर्सेस को ऑपरेट करता है इंडियन आर्मी, इंडियन नेवी एंड इंडियन एयरफोर्स और अभी के वक्त में हमारे पास आर्मी में 12,37,117 एक्टिव पर्सनल, 9,60,000 रिजर्व पर्सनल, नेवी में 67,252 एक्टिव पर्सनल, 35,000 रिजर्व पर्सनल and in Air Force 1,70,567 active personnel and 1,40,000 reserve personnel हैं लेकिन सिर्फ एक्टिव पर्सनल या रिजर्व पर्सनल की काउंट से किसी भी मिलिट्री की स्ट्रेंथ को हम काउंट नहीं कर सकते उसकी आर्मी या उसकी मिलिट्री कितनी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी या फिर आर्मी के इक्विपमेंट्स यूज करती है उससे पता लगता है जैसे रडार सिस्टम, टैंक्स, फाइटर प्लेन्स, सबमरीन्स, यूएवी या डिस्ट्रॉयर ये सब आर्मी और मिलिट्री के इक्विपमेंट से ही हम उस देश की स्ट्रेंथ का पता लगा सकते हैं करंटली देखा जाए तो इंडिया का डिफेंस बजट $81.4 बिलियन का है और इंडिया इसके साथ 4th रैंक में मिलिट्री स्ट्रेंथ में 4th रैंक में आता है न्यूक्लियर मिसाइल्स किसी भी देश का एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एसेट होता है किसी भी देश की स्ट्रेंथ के लिए न्यूक्लियर मिसाइल एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है तो हिंदुस्तान लैंड, वाटर और एयर इन तीनों जगहों से मिसाइल सकता है। तो किसी भी मिसाइल का स्ट्रेंथ हम उसकी पेलोड कैपेसिटी, रेंज और उसकी स्पीड इन सब से पता लगा सकते हैं। तो इंडिया के पास 9 ऐसी मिसाइलें हैं जिससे वो न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स और कन्वेंशनल वॉरहेड ये दोनों कैरी कर सकता है। तो जनरली मिसाइल्स को 2 हिस्सों में डिवाइड किया गया है, एक है बैलिस्टिक और एक क्रूज। तो आज हम इन दोनों के बारे में बात करेंगे। तो पहले जान लेते हैं कि मिसाइल क्या होता है। So a missile is an unmanned target guided weapon system that is used to destroy targeted spot. एक मिसाइल एक ऐसा अनमैन्ड गाइडेड सिस्टम होता है जिससे हम किसी भी टारगेटेड स्पॉट को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकते हैं। तो मिसाइल्स आर जनरली क्लासिफाइड बेस्ड द पेलोड कैपेसिटी, प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम, रेंज और तो आज हम जिन कैटेगरीज की बात करेंगे उन्हें उनके प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम के ऊपर डिवाइड किया गया है और बेसिस ऑफ प्रोजेक्शन भी बोल सकते हैं। तो पहले बात करते हैं बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल के बारे में। तो जब किसी मिसाइल में एक गाइडेंस सिस्टम अटैच कर दिया जाता है तो वो एक बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल हो जाता है। और बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल इंडियन अर्थ की ग्रेविटी के लॉ को फॉलो करके अपना मैकेनिज्म वर्क करता है। इट फॉलोज द फिक्स्ड ट्रैजेक्टरी पाथ। जब हम एक बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल को लॉन्च करते हैं तो ये एक फिक्स्ड ट्रैजेक्टरी पाथ बना लेता है जो उसके प्रपल्शन जब वो प्रोपेल होता है, जब भी वो लॉन्च किया जाता है तभी वो कैलकुलेट कर लेता है कि उसे कितनी हाइट में ऊपर जाना है ताकि वो कितने स्पीड और अपने टारगेट एक्यूरेसी से हिट कर सके। और बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल में रॉकेट मोटर्स का यूज किया जाता है। तो वर्ल्ड का फर्स्ट बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल तो उसका नाम था B2 और A4 जो 1930s और 1940s के बीच में नाजी जर्मनी ने वर्नर वॉन ब्राउन के डायरेक्शन में बनाया था। और ये सितंबर 6, 1944 को पेरिस और उसके अगले 2 दिनों के बाद लंदन में गिराया गया था। और वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 के खत्म होने तक यूरोप में मई 1945 में 3000 से ज्यादा B2S बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स का यूज किया गया था। तो मिसाइल्स को इन 4 कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड किया, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल को इन 4 कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड किया गया है। पहला है शॉर्ट रेंज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल, जिसका मतलब होता है SRBM भी बोल सकते हैं। इसकी रेंज 300 टू 1000 किलोमीटर तक होती है। दूसरा है मीडियम रेंज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल, इसका रेंज 1000 किलोमीटर टू 3500 किलोमीटर तक होता है। दूसरा है इंटरमीडिएट रेंज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल IRBM, और लॉन्ग रेंज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल भी कह सकते हैं। इसकी रेंज 3500 किलोमीटर टू 5500 किलोमीटर तक रहती है। और सबसे आखिर में है इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल, जिसकी रेंज 5500 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा होती है। तो अब बात करते हैं क्रूज मिसाइल के बारे में। तो क्रूज मिसाइल किसी भी ट्रैजेक्टरी को फॉलो नहीं करता और ये जनरली अर्थ के सरफेस से 10 टू 15 किलोमीटर हाइट में ट्रैवल करता है। तो इस वजह से ये रडार सिस्टम में ज्यादातर पकड़ में नहीं आता। क्रूज मिसाइल्स कैन बी डिटरमाइंड दैट ट्रैजेक्टरी ऑन देयर ओन। क्रूज मिसाइल्स अपना पैथ खुद बदल सकते हैं, खुद चुन सकते हैं और इसी सिस्टम की वजह से क्रूज मिसाइल बहुत प्रिसिशन से अपने टारगेट को हिट करते हैं। और क्रूज मिसाइल के साथ अगर किसी भी क्रूज मिसाइल को किसी टारगेट पर लॉक कर दिया जाए तो ड्यू टू क्रूज मिसाइल कैन डिटरमाइन द ट्रैजेक्टरी बाय देयर ओन। वो खुद अपना पैथ चेंज करके उस टारगेट की मूवमेंट को कैलकुलेट करके उस टारगेट को प्रिसिशन के साथ हिट कर सकता है। तो ये है एक बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल। तो बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल इस पैथ को फॉलो करता है। तो पहले बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर से बाहर चली जाती है, उसके बाद उसके आगे लगा रिटर्न व्हीकल जो अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर में दोबारा एंटर करके अपने टारगेटेड स्पॉट को हिट करता है। लेकिन क्रूज मिसाइल ऐसा नहीं करता। क्रूज मिसाइल अर्थ के सरफेस से 15 टू 20 किलोमीटर के बीच में ही रहकर अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर के अंदर ही अपना काम करता है। तो दुनिया का फर्स्ट क्रूज मिसाइल 1944 वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 के वक्त जर्मनी नाजिस ने बनाया था, जिसे फ्लाइंग बॉम्ब कहा जाता है। In 1960s, the United States and the Soviet Union developed more powerful missiles ताकि वो कन्वेंशनल और न्यूक्लियर वॉरहेड दोनों कैरी कर सकें। The United States of Air Force first operational surface-to-surface missile was the Wing Mobile Nuclear Capable MGM-1 Matador. ये यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के एयरफोर्स का सरफेस टू सरफेस फर्स्ट मिसाइल था, also similar to concept to the V1. The types of cruise missile. क्रूज मिसाइल को भी हमने 4 कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड किया है. जैसे लैंड अटैक क्रूज मिसाइल जो प्राइमरली डिजाइन किया गया है जो प्राइमरली डिजाइन किया है ग्राउंड टारगेट्स के लिए, लेकिन ये लॉन्च कहीं से भी हो सकता है. इट कैन बी लॉन्च फ्रॉम सबमरीन्स, वेसल्स और लैंड आल्सो. सेकंड नंबर पे है एंटी-शिप क्रूज मिसाइल. तो एंटी-शिप क्रूज मिसाइल्स को नेवल वेसल्स, शिप्स, सबमरीन्स इन सबको टारगेट करने के लिए ज्यादातर बनाया जाता है, और ये कन्वेंशनल वॉरहेड के साथ और न्यूक्लियर वॉरहेड भी कैरी कर सकते हैं. तीसरा है एयर लॉन्च क्रूज मिसाइल. जो एयर लॉन्च क्रूज मिसाइल आर टाइपिकली कैरिड एंड लॉन्च्ड बाय स्ट्रेटेजिक बॉम्बर्स. तो एयर लॉन्च क्रूज मिसाइल्स को स्ट्रेटेजिक बॉम्बर्स और फाइटर जेट्स इन दोनों से लॉन्च किया जा सकता है. एंड द लास्ट वन इज सबमरीन लॉन्च क्रूज मिसाइल. ये ज्यादातर सबमरीन से ही लॉन्च किया जाता है. सबमरीन में अभी करंटली इंडिया INS अरिहंत ऑपरेट कर रहा है, जिससे ये सबमरीन लॉन्च क्रूज मिसाइल लॉन्च किए जा सकते हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Satya Prakash Bera, for sharing your idea with us. And next.
Now I request to the CQMS Vinay Raut to give an idea about artificial intelligence and role of computer technology in Indian defense system.
So good afternoon everyone. It's been 3:45 now. After lunch, might everyone be feeling sleepy? Let's start something new. So, as my topic, the AI, artificial intelligence. Now, what is artificial intelligence? We can explain artificial intelligence as a synthetically produced brain, human brain which can take up human challenges and produce results as humans. The use of artificial intelligence in defense systems. Artificial intelligence can combine with the geospatial analysis and can aid the extraction of useful information from linked devices like radars and autonomous identification systems. We have seen various artificial technologies nowadays like ChatGPT, etc. We can include those technologies in our defense sector, because they can work as a synthetic brain to exclude the data about the enemy positions, etc. From artificial intelligence, I have researched on a product It is a speech product which is now in research state. It is a very low power wearable interface called as EcoSpeech, which requires a few minutes of user training data before it recognizes any commands. It is a simple glasses equipped with some of the AI sonar system, which helps us to understand a person's lip movements, and we can read someone's lip movement without any voice. The vision of this product is that it can absolute any type of voice used while communicating with anybody else. Like if I am wearing a glasses, I can communicate with you without my voices. Like I can lip sync with anything, and you can understand it. The AI can interpret it what I am saying. The mission is that this can be used as a tactical glasses. Tactical glasses for whom? The operatives, the SPG commandos, the agents who are doing covert operations. Now, as I said, this can be used by the soldiers in covert operations, where the use of a silent speech technology, they can produce an excellent input for a voice synthesizer. Since the waveform of these are very small, therefore it can be transmitted over a large area towards the headquarters instead of using video cameras or any other spy technology. Now the features it provides that using these glasses, the operative can interact with its smartphone. The technologically new devices with the operatives are using nowadays, like they are using displays on their hands, and they are also using drones. They can operate it with these glasses without speaking anything, just by moving their lips, and the drone can fly to a distance, can collect the data and come back. Now the construction is that it consists of 2 speakers and 2 microphones. Now the 2 speakers produces 2 sound waves which interprets the lip movement and was sent back to the microphones. In this way, the AI interprets what the person is speaking about. This can be used by the soldiers while in the operations, like tactical glasses they are using, because during the operation it is the most important thing to be stealthy. Without speaking anything, the soldier can pass on information to their operatives. How cool is that? Now soldiers during reconnaissance, they can use this while communicating with their headquarters without speaking anything to anybody. The SPG operatives can talk to their control room, etc. The advantages it provides that the secret agents can spy without any movement, and the technologies can also be converted into a tactical equipment for a special forces operative. This can also reduce various tactical equipments, like I am using this. This can be reduced. Without this I can speak. This can also be reduced. So the conclusion is that the advancement of AI technology can increase the stealth of the soldiers in the operational missions, and can produce successful results for the operation. Now, moving forward, the next topic of my PPT is that what is computer technologies used in defense sector. The most important computer technology, what is it? It is robotics and autonomous systems. What is robotic and autonomous systems? Nowadays, you might have seen like dogs, robot dogs moving with people. They are sniffing or finding other bombs without the use of live dogs. These can reduce the damage to life, both human and animals. Can also reduce the abuse to animals. Now, RAS is an advanced and network technology on the battlefield, and increasing and future war fighting is expected to center on human machine teams in both the physical and virtual sense. That is, the autonomous systems strategies to articulate how army aspires to leverage emerging technology such as artificial intelligence, use of artificial intelligence in robots or any other product. The application of it is that the robots can be made in various ways. It can be made as a wearable robot, like an exoskeleton, increasing the power of a human to 100 times. You can see, you have seen in movies like Iron Man, these are the exoskeletons used. The robots can be also made mobile robots to attack on enemies from a distance and can also be used for reconnaissance purposes, without those also reducing the human life, those also reducing the danger to human life. Now, as we study about robot, the most important thing is that the robot is needed to be upgraded day by day. The older robots are getting older. Now, thus we have 5G. We have to integrate it with 5G. Thus, the robots are now wanted more and more information. Therefore, we have to integrate them with 5G. Thus, we can allow them to inflow the more and more data. Thus, they can work more efficiently. For this, we can develop a private 5G network for military in which they can supervise what information the robots get, what information the people using the network get, etc. Now, the need of integration is that it is a huge challenge right now, but it is critical because it would provide the flexibility needed to deal with the existence of war. Now, for the private 5G network, I have researched a new Indian startup that is Neural 5G, Neural OS. Now, Neural OS consists of 3 components. Neural 5G core. Neural 5G core is a software which provides network functions, like it is a router. It is a router but private. The organization can select what the person can only see. In this way, we can supervise the army personnel who are using the internet over the 5G network, private 5G network. The specification it includes, it is compliant with the latest standards for a private 5G network, and these networks includes the functions of all the communications till now used. The features is that it is 3GPP compliance. Our 5G core meets the standard set of 3GPP compliance release 16, and it supports essential interfaces. The 5G control pane helps us for cloud networking also. What is cloud networking? It is, as you can see here, it is a lab in ISS Bangalore. It was developed to test the Neural OS 5G core. As you can see here, the network is the 5G core, and from the private network we can control all these things like drones, ARVRs, heavy machineries, and other things, video surveillances, etc. These things cannot be determined by anybody, and this is private for the organization only. These things can be saved in the Neural Edge, Neural Edge, which is a cloud computing system which stores the information, and the management of the system can be done by the Neural OS SDN controller. What is SDN controller? SDN controller is a cloud-based platform, has the visibility of all edge gateway private network, and can be developed in variety of ways to meet the client's needs. What are the types of installation? It can be installed in the premises, thus making it completely private for the organization, or it can also be made as the cloud installation where the army can communicate between 2 bases. Thanks.
Thank you, company quartermaster Vinayak Rao, for sharing this information about the new technology of AI and computer technology in Indian defense system.
Now I want to request to the junior under officer Abhishek Patnaik to give his idea about role of NCC and 5G technology in Indian defense system.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Junior Under Officer Abhishek Patnaik. I am from Parva Maharaja Engineering College, 3 Odisha Medical Company, Army wing. Okay, so my topic is role of 5G technology in Indian defense system. Okay, first, briefly introducing about the National Cadet Corps. As we know, the goal is to create a conducive environment to inspire and encourage young individuals to pursue a career in the Indian defense system. As we know, the National Cadet Corps is the largest youth organization in all over the world. We have the potential, we have the strength to build the nation more powerful. This is achieved by the fostering qualities such as character, comradeship, discipline, leadership, a secular outlook, a spirit of adventure, and the ideals of selfless service among the youth of the nation. As we know,
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
okay, now comes to the Indian defense system. The Indian defense service in Indian include the Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force as the primary uniform service. These are supported by the Indian Coast Guard, paramilitary forces, and the other organization. As you can see, all the chiefs of the Indian Air Force, Indian Army, and Indian Navy. Now comes to the 5G technology. 5G is the 5th generation mobile network. It is the new global wireless standard after 1G, 2G, 3G, and 4G networks. 5G enables a new kind of network that is designed to connect virtually everyone and everything together, including machines, objects, and devices. Okay. As we know, all are using 4G networks and 5G networks nowadays. We are jealous of them if someone is using 5G networks instead of 4G, because nowadays 4G is less usable than the 5G networks. So we prefer 5G networks as compared to the 4G networks. Role of 5G technology. Basically, the networks like 4G and 5G are used for the communication in military. They can transmit voice, data, videos, and position location. Many advanced weapons like UAVs, missiles, swarm drones, command and control centers today use 5G technology. The military forces in Indian defense system all are using 5G technology nowadays. Because it helps us to connect them with the live streaming with the lesser time, because 4G is not preferable for that time. And nowadays, people are Indian defense system using 5G technologies. Okay, now comes to the advanced role. 5G in hypersonic weapons, 5G in hypersonic missile defense, 5G in intelligence and surveillance, 5G in drones and artificial intelligence. 5G in hypersonic weapons. Hypersonic weapons are travels more faster than the Mach 5. If we have to control the hypersonic weapons, we need a network
which will speed more than that hypersonic weapons. So 5G is the compatible free 5G is the most powerful network that will control the hypersonic weapons in a lesser time. Then 5G in hypersonic missile defense. If a terrorist attacks us in a ship or anything, a cruise, the hypersonic missile defense, we have the less than time of 1 minute to stop the hypersonic missile. So with the help of 5G networks, we can stop the hypersonic missile. 5G in intelligence and surveillance. In enemies or in the military hub, if we have to record a 4K video with the live streaming, we cannot do the nowadays drones are not capable of for the 4K video recording with the live streaming. But the 5G drones will help to record the 4K video with the live streaming. 5G drones and artificial intelligence. If we have to locate something and target some points and we have to attack on that, we have less time, so we will use the 5G drones and artificial intelligence, which will help facial recognition that will help to attack the enemy's hub and enemy's vehicles. 5G in smart military base. 5G helps us to the military base to connect each other with the other locality, other soldiers to interact with them and how the mission is going on. 5G in vector networks. If one soldier is here and another soldier is in another location, 5G helps us to interact with them with the lesser time, with the perfect time to control all the system and all the missions. 5G in battlefield wearables. In the battlefield wearables, we know, as we can see in the films like Uri, they are using smart watches, smart earbuds, everything in technology, so they can complete the mission as faster as possible, as success as possible. So they are using 5G in wearables. Now comes to the 5G in AR and VR. So before joining in the army, nowadays NCC persons are using AR and VR for the practicing the shooting or any other competition to protect the people. So AR and VR is most usable in the 5G networks. Now conclusion, 5G technology will have a profound impact on military applications. Its role is not limited just to communicate, but it will make soldiers and weapons much more lethal. 5G technology is going to bring significant progress in military technology. So 5G technology is the most powerful thing in nowadays for the Indian military, Indian defense system. Thank you.
Any question you can ask. Audience, if you have any question, you can ask. Okay. No question. Okay. So I have one question. Okay. So now 6G is pipeline, right? So how 6G will add some technology? Only real-time activity
It will help us to the real-time activity in the live streaming, but in the 5G technology, we will able to locate the enemy or the other soldiers to interact with them. So 6G technology will help us to more reliable and more impactful for that.
Okay, good. Any question? No. Between you can ask. Okay. So
Thank you, Junior Under Officer Abhishek Patnaik, for this extraordinary idea about the 5G technology using in Indian defense systems. Next is.
Now I want to call the SEO of Krillistino, who is talking about role of NCC in making new leaders.
So, good afternoon everyone. So, I feel very much pleasure to get an opportunity to stand before you and present on this topic. I feel very much delighted to you to be so much interactive with me so that this presentation will be very much useful for you as well as for everyone present over here. So, I would like now to start this presentation. So, this is Rourkela standing before you, OD21 SDA 676062 of 9 Odisha Battalion, representing you on the role of NCC in nation building. Mainly we will focus on how the NCC will be a future leader, future perspective for everyone. So, before going, I would like to say, have you ever seen a baby growing without her mother's milk? No. So I will now going to start from the base level. Just I want to give a basic information which I can give full information about which. I will not go into any information which is not at all in your mind. So I will give a brief description which you already know and I will put more information about that. So before starting, I will take you the menu card which will show what I will show in the next presentation. So presentation preview, leadership development, how NCC is responsible for leadership development. Patriotism and national integration, basic and the main point of NCC motive. Social responsibility, which is needed in each and every cadet or person available all over the world to take us the world in the next level. Military preparedness. It teaches what the military teaches in the half-base level. Career opportunities. What we want in the end of the life. We want a career so that we can move forward in a better to achieve our goals and determination. Career building. At last, what the youth wants. It wants the adventure and outdoor activities which NCC gives us. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Leadership development. First of all, each and everyone here must be a leader in itself. How? You may compare yourself with the partner which you sits in the college. You may see the skills, your decision-making skills, your prospecting in viewing a situation and acting upon it. Yes or no? Yes. The decision is dependent on what we learn. That is what NCC teaches us. In the future also, not only NCC in military, army, navy, air force, etc. But in the academic courses which we are, like somebody goes in the line of IAS, IPS, or even in the software line, group discussion, interview section, nobody sees what you are talking or what you are going to do or what information you have. Leadership, how you take a step forward, how you step backward to any situation, how you counter the situation in which you are. It is the main point where the judgment is done on you. Social responsibility. This photos clearly shows how our 9 Odisha Battalion students, I've taken the photos from the help of some of our officers, so show in each and every time we are always in the front line to help our nation. Planting, it just looks like a single plant which you are planting, but it saves thousands of lives. Here you see the importance. Here blood donation. There are AB negative, O negative, which were very scarce, but the data sheet of 2018 shows that the blood donated by the NCC cadets of O negative saved the child of 2 years. Means you think the precious smile which is brought on the mother of that child. So you can feel the significance. You can see the Puni Saga which we are doing. And even in the earthquake times, you are, sir, as sir told, during earthquake times or any pandemic situation, COVID-19, in each and every single movement you will find the course of the NCC. It will see, it will teach, and you will even see in the future how I definitely think in the future NCC will take a step forward in the sky. Patriotism,
patriotism and national integration. A sense of pride, a sense of national integration and sense of nationalism is only built with the help of NCC. No other cadet, I am not even telling that even other civil citizens are not having. But which we feel, which courage we have for the nation is not yet to be found in any other. I guarantee, even I feel the same. Even I am in the academic courses, we are fully engaged. But still, when we get the chance, when we get the movement to take a step forward to help the nation, we never put a back forward to take the back leg so that we can't save the nation. Even COVID-19, we made posters, we made awareness so that people will be saved all over the world. They teach us parades, community service, respect for diverse culture and heritage. It teaches how from the various cultures, like EBSB camp, from the various states, the people comes and cross-coordinate among themselves. Migration is there, which teaches them how the migration and culture, heritage, technology is been diversifiedly communicated between each and other states. This helps to improve your culture and heritage to go a forward step. This helps to combine your culture with them, and in this way only our India will take a bigger step in the future. Military preparation. In the camps in which we go, what is the main motive? To live a life of a military. It is not that we are fully prepared for military, but if we get a chance, no one will leave. We wake up at 5, we go to sleep at 12. We take the food, watch what the military people take. We follow the schedule, what they prepare. We do firing, we do obstacle training, we do parade, we do drill. Everything, we are well prepared. If we get a chance, we'll never leave it. Even there is mental training, like discipline, punctuality, hard work, which can be taught everywhere. But in NCC-like stage, which we have got an opportunity, we should never leave it. Career opportunities. One of the main focus why I am standing here is to represent this career opportunities. Like as sir told, the career opportunity is a wide area. For where I am standing, leave it for, as sir already explained about the SSB exams or various defense line boards. I would like to take your importance on the academic area system. Where let us give an example first of all. Postgraduate students. When you write in GATE exam, there is a criteria for NCC certificate having 80 to 90%. Those who have got 80 to 90% in that range, meaning post-graduation, they will get a seat. Think if somebody has got the same rank as you and there is a collidness, then who will get a preference? You will be the preference. It's not a waste of time. And this also, see, civil services examination. Now you may have seen the preliminary examination results have already come out. There is always a quota preference. Girls, NCC, if this support is with you, your hard work, your learning will take to a next level. So always bring a back support. So NCC is never a barrier for you. Government jobs, defense line, SSB interview, competitive examination. As sir already told about it, I don't want to waste much of my time. Character building. Everyone here came on the time to make this event a grand success. Is it possible to make this event a grand success without you? Yes or no? It's not possible, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's why I am saying it is your character which makes an organization, an event, a platform a great success. Your honesty for the work you do, your confidence, your courage, your determination, your willpower, and your responsible personality. This is what makes a decision to take a bigger success. Adventure and outdoor activities, which I like, I hope so you also like it. Main motive is NCC gives a bigger area for each and everyone to showcase their talents. How? The talent may be in your boating skills, your adventure skills, your trekking skills, your whatever talent you may have, it gives them a great area to showcase it. And you have also 3 years, not a 1 year, 2 year. It is a 3 years platform where you can showcase each and every talent. Camps also give you the talent. We go for trekking. Is it not enough for to show that NCC is a great platform for you? So it gives in a person ability to overcome challenges, sportsman spirit, teamwork, self-reliance, problem-solving skills, physical fitness. So I hope this presentation will be eye-opener for each and everyone. So thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, SEO Kreli Sinu sir, for role of NCC in making new leaders.
Now I request to Cadet Ashwin Kumar Sahu to address the topic on the confluence of valor of technology, war heroes and their impact on defense innovations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here, Cadet Ashwini Kumar Sahu, presenting to you my topic, the confluence of valor and technological innovations. So, what do you mean by this topic? Well, basically, valor means our war heroes and technological innovation, and the confluence means sammelan, means what our war heroes after they give their sacrifices to for our country, what were the technological innovations after their impact? So first of all, we would like to know some of the war heroes. So the first the war hero I am presenting is from the Kargil war. So he is from the 13th Jammu and Kashmir Rifle Regiment. So can you guess who that is? Okay, you may have heard his name before and also see a movie recently. Okay, so he is Captain Vikram Batra, also known as the code name all over the India, Sher Shah, means the Lion King. He was born in 9th of September 1974. He played a crucial role in capturing the strategic peaks from Pakistan intruders in the Kargil war. And one of his famous missions is capturing the point 5140. So, but unfortunately, Captain Vikram Batra sacrificed his life for saving his comrades who was injured during the war in the final moments. Next war hero is from Indian Naval Force. So he is Commodore Babruhan Yadav, who led his 25th missile board squadron during the Operation Trident in Indo-Pakistan War of 1971. He was the first Indian Navy officer to awarded the Mahavir Chakra in 1972. Then he was born in the village of Marwas the Rewari district of India. Next war hero is from Indian Air Force, which is FG officer Jeet Singh Sekhar. Flying officer Jeet Singh Sekhar was a pilot of N.I.T detachment based at Srinagar during the Indo-Pakistan War. He helped in the air raiding the base of Pakistan Air Force during the Indo-Pakistan War of 1971. Next is a great movement for the India at which is from another movie. You may have seen this movie. It was the second and first nuclear missile test. Okay. Conveyed by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the Prime Minister of the former Prime Minister of India. When he tried to first conduct his first nuclear missile test, but unfortunately his government just fell after the 30 days of receiving the powers. So he couldn't do. Okay. So next came the next idea of making Pokhran 2, which was Pokhran was a village in Rajasthan. Okay. So the beginning of Pokhran 2 at March of 1998. The Pokhran 2 was a great success, and this led to a new rise of new era of nuclear India. At the Pokhran, the nuclear missile test was conducted and researched by the Secretary of DRDO. By that time, the Secretary was, can you guess who? He is known as the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. See, there comes the dawn of nuclear era of India. On May 11, at around 3:45 p.m., India tested 3 devices: the thermonuclear device Shakti, the fission device Shakti 2, and the sub-kiloneutron device Shakti 3, which was for the successful conducting of successful test of Pokhran 2. Then comes the Indian defense system. What was the Indian defense system? The situation of Indian defense system during 1950s, when India just achieved independence. Okay. So there were very less the manufacturing of guns and ammunition, and only 19 ordnance factories by then. Okay. And within 20 years after that, India started the nuclear test, and after 20 years of that, India started the new innovations. The current era of India consisted of ballistic and cruise missiles, which include the famous BrahMos, the Nag missile, Prithvi means earth, and Akash means sky. There comes the BrahMos missile, which was from the DRDO of India, and it was a cooperation between Indian research system, which is DRDO, and Russian research system. So, as from the name of BrahMos, it was from the 2 rivers, one from the river of India, the Brahmaputra, and other Moskva, which then made the name BrahMos. Then comes Rustam 2, the UAV unmanned air vehicle, which acts as a bomber. The bomber is a new technology which is currently invented nowadays in most of the countries, also known as Tapas EH-20. The drone can fly over 22,000 feet. By the time of flight hour is 20 hours. It has a high battery capacity. Okay. So since Rustam 1 was a failure, okay, so Rustam 2 was new technology of innovation. There were other UAVs of Rustam 2, okay, Rustam's H, Rustam C. Then comes in the year of 2023, this year, the ACMA made India's advanced medium format aircraft, the ACMA. Also the Paul ACMA, which is produced from Hindustan Aero Limited. So this idea was confirmed by this year. It is the new prototype and the 5th generation fighter, which would help significantly in Indian naval forces and Indian air forces. It can have a carrying capacity of 1500 kg and an external payload of 6500 kg. And the great thing about ACMA is that it's completely made by the Indian organization without any help of any outer organization. It is completely made by DRDO and it's testing and expected to be arrived at the forces by the time of 2028. Some other Indian defense arms and ammunition developments are Arjun Mark 1A tank. Okay, it's a variant of Arjun 1A. The tanks are indigenously made by the Defense Research and Development Organization. It's a 3rd generation main battle tank and composite armor and computer stabilized fire, which provides heavy precision firing and targeting. Okay. This tank has also high mobility, which can also used at inclined planes. It can also attack an inclined planes. And there is also currently production of Tejas Mark 1A, which is a variant of Tejas aircraft. So this aircraft is a lighter version of.
आज के युग में सबसे बड़ा थ्रेट है साइबर सिक्योरिटी। तो चलते हैं इसके सॉल्यूशन के ऊपर। इसके सॉल्यूशन तो हम एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी, मैं आपको ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी से रूबरू कराना चाहूंगा जो आपको कहीं ना कहीं कभी ना कभी आपके कानों में खटकी होगी। सो दैट इज ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम। आशा करता हूं कभी ना कभी आपने ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम के बारे में सुना होगा। सो द ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम है क्या? अगर आप ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम के बारे में सोचेंगे, आपके दिमाग में कहीं ब्लॉक्स दिख रहे होंगे, उसके बीच में कुछ चेन्स दिख रहे होंगे। यस ऑफ कोर्स। तो ये अंग्रेजी में जो लिखा है, इसको मैं आपको हिंदी में अनुवाद करूं तो ब्लॉकचेन एक डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड और डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड डिजिटल लेजेंड टेक्नोलॉजी है जहां पे चीजें डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड है। चलिए इसको थोड़ा और अच्छे से जानते हैं। सो ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम जो सुनने में बड़ी थोड़ी सी हार्ड लग रही है, बट आपको मैं आज उसको आसान भाषा में समझाता हूं। क्रिप्टोग्राफिक परमिटिविटी, आशा करता हूं ये आपको समझ में नहीं आया होगा कैडेट्स के लिए। क्रिप्टोग्राफिक परमिटिविटी एक मैथमेटिकल एल्गोरिथम है। सीधी सीधी बात हम भाषा में बताऊं, एक मैथमेटिकल एल्गोरिथम है जो एक मैसेज को पास ऑन करते टाइम उसकी सिक्योरिटी करती है। ओके, नेक्स्ट चलते हैं। एग्जिटिंग डाटा स्ट्रक्चर, जो भी मेरे यहाँ पे इंजीनियर भाई लोग हैं या फिर आगे इंजीनियर पढ़ने वाले हैं और मेरे एनो सर, कभी ना कभी आपने एसक्यूएल डाटाबेस इसके बारे में सुना होगा। तो इसी के बारे में ही बात की जा रही है, एग्जिस्टिंग डाटा स्ट्रक्चर। फिर आते हैं कंप्यूटर साइंस के कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट्स। तो इसको मिला के बनती है हमारी ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम। तो ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम प्रॉमिसेस क्या करती है? ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम आपको किस स्टेजेस पे आपको हेल्प करे? एक है ये जो आपके 5 पॉइंट्स है, इसको अगर मैं आपको अभी अंग्रेजी में बता दूं आपको समझ कुछ नहीं आएगा।
तो मैं आपको थोड़ा अच्छे से बताता हूँ, पहले मैं पढ़ लेता हूँ। एनोटिमिटी, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन, फॉल्ट टॉलरेंस, इम्यूटेबिलिटी एंड ट्रस्टलेस। आशा करता हूँ ये भी कुछ ना कुछ थोड़ी बहुत आपको समझ आई होगी और कुछ नहीं भी आई होगी। चलते हैं थोड़ा इसके ब्रीफ डिस्कशन पे। एनोटिमिटी, एनोटिमिटी क्या है? जैसे हम डिफेंस में चलते हैं तो अगर मैंने किसी यहाँ से कुछ मैसेज पास ऑन किया है, अगर एक कोई हैकर आया और उसको हैक करने की कोशिश करता है, तो कौन किसको भेजा? हवलदार ने जेसीओ को भेजा, या जेसीओ ने कमांडिंग अफसर को भेजा, उसको इजीली वो ब्रीच कर सकता है। बट एनोटिमिटी जो हमको ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू मिलता है, वो जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे फॉक्स लिखा है, इसको क्रिप्टोग्राफिक फंक्शन लगा के उसको एक लंबे से एक डिजिट में कन्वर्ट कर लिया है, जिसको तोड़ना एक हैकर के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है, नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल है। तो ये थे एनोटिमिटी के कुछ एग्जांपल्स। नेक्स्ट चलते हैं डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन। आई होप आपका सभी का अकाउंट एसबीआई में तो खुला होगा और एसबीआई के लंच टाइम के चक्कर भी आपने काटे होंगे, पर हमारे पास है डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन। जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं आरबीआई, ब्लॉकचेन आपको डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की टेक्नोलॉजी देती है। जैसे आरबीआई, जैसे कोई भी एक संस्थान का एक हेड तो होता है, जैसे कि आरबीआई सारे बैंक्स के जैसे कि कस्टर्ड, फॉरेन, सबका एक सेंट्रल अथॉरिटी होता है, जैसे कि ये है। तो आपको ये डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन का मतलब कैसे पता लगेगा? अगर किसी दिन आरबीआई का सर्वर हैंग हुआ या हैक हुआ या फिर डेटा ब्रीच हुआ, आपके पैसे तो चले गए, बट ब्लॉकचेन ऐसी चीजें नहीं करती। ब्लॉकचेन का कोई भी हेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट हेड नहीं है, कोई उस चीज को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है। अगर आधा पावर मेरे पास तो आधा पावर और किसी के पास, तो ऐसे इस चीज को अच्छे से अकाउंटेबिलिटी के साथ ये चलती जाती है। अगर मैं आपको कुछ पॉइंट्स बताऊं, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन एनेबल द ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड टेम्पर प्रूफ रिकॉर्डिंग ऑफ अ मिलिट्री ट्रांजैक्शन। मिलिट्री में भी कुछ ऐसा ही होता है, कोई भी एक संस्थान का हेड अगर एक होता है तो दिक्कत होती है जब डेटा ब्रीचिंग होती है। तो नेक्स्ट पॉइंट की तरफ चलते हैं, इम्यूटेबिलिटी। तो इस चीज से आपको क्या समझ में आ रहा है? ये कबूतर है, मैं थोड़ा आपको कई साल पीछे ले जाना चाहता हूँ। पहले कबूतर के जमाने में लोग कबूतर से एक जगह से दूसरी जगह चिट्ठियों में वार्तालाप करते थे। अगर कबूतर कहीं रुक गया और उसके हाथ से कबूतर की चिट्ठी छीन ली और कुछ और लिख के भेज दिया, तो इनपुट कुछ आउटपुट कुछ। तो ये एक सादा एग्जांपल था आपको इजीली समझाने के लिए इम्यूटेबिलिटी का मतलब क्या है। इम्यूटेबिलिटी का मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं यहाँ से मैसेज कर रहा हूँ किसी और को और उसके बीच में किसी हैकर ने ब्रीच किया, मैंने लिखा हेलो, उसने उसको चेंज करके एंड लिख दिया, तो इनपुट कुछ आउटपुट कुछ। तो ऐसी ब्लॉकचेन की कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी है, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा। जैसे कि आपने मैसेज किया, आपका डाटा इनपुट हुआ यहाँ पे हैश मतलब उसी का ही एक फिंगरप्रिंट, उसी ब्लॉक का एक फिंगरप्रिंट। ऐसे ब्लॉक्स ऐसे लगे रहते हैं, और ये है हैश ऑफ प्रीवियस ब्लॉक। जैसे कि इधर देखिए, ये एक ब्लॉक है, ये एक ब्लॉक है। आपने मैसेज पास ऑन किया, इसमें डेटा इनपुट हुआ, ये जो आपका है ये इसी ब्लॉक का फिंगरप्रिंट है, और उसके नीचे उसके पिछले वाले ब्लॉक्स का भी फिंगरप्रिंट होता है, जिसकी वजह से जब मैसेज जाता है तो ये पीछे भी चेक करते जाता है। ये देखिए यहाँ पे पीछे चेक करते जा रहा है, ये भी यहाँ पे पीछे चेक करते जा रहा है। तो ऐसे करते आपको इंफॉर्मेशन वहां तक चली जाती है। तो अगर कोई हैकर आया और यहाँ पे से कुछ इन्यूट करने की कोशिश करी, कुछ चेंज करने की कोशिश करी, तो जो पीछे वाला फिंगरप्रिंट है वो चेंज हो जाएगा और पहुंचेगा, आप लिखे होंगे कुछ और वहां तक जाएगा ही नहीं। नेक्स्ट, फाउल टॉलरेंस। तो रिसेंटली आपने देखा होगा, बहुत जगह पे सुना भी होगा कि एम्स दिल्ली के 3-4 सर्वर पाकिस्तानी हैकर्स ने हैक कर रखा था। ये टाइम्स नाउ का एक कट पीस है। तो देख सकते हैं, एम्स साइबर अटैक, एटलीस्ट 5 सर्वर इन्फेक्टेड हैव 3 and 4 करोड़ पेशेंट्स। तो ऐसी दुविधा में टोटल पूरे सिस्टम को फिर से चलाने के लिए एम्स को 7 दिन का दिन लगा था फिर से बैक टू गेम आने के लिए। बट अगर डिफेंस में ये चीज हो जाए तो बड़ी मुशक्कत हो जाएगी। आपके सारे इंफॉर्मेशन कहीं ना कहीं आपके दुश्मन के पास होगा, तो ऐसे तो बहुत दिक्कत है। बट ब्लॉकचेन इज अ पावर। ब्लॉकचेन में अगर आपके 100 सर्वर है और 99 सर्वर भी इन्फेक्टेड हुए तो सिर्फ एक सर्वर से भी काम चला सकता है। तो ऐसी इनोवेटिव और ऐसी पावरफुल टेक्नोलॉजी को इंडियन आर्मी में कहीं ना कहीं जगह मिलना चाहिए और मैं आशा रखता हूँ। और तो कंक्लूजन में यही बताना चाहूंगा, इसके जो फायदे हैं इसे इंडियन आर्मी को यूज करने चाहिए। धन्यवाद। यस, यू कैन। Yes, yes. Okay, ask.
थैंक यू। तो सर आपने कहा कि जब हम फॉक्स लिखेंगे तो एक क्रिप्टोग्राफिक हैश फंक्शन में एक दूसरे डिजिट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा। तो इसे रोका कैसे जा सकता है? अगर मैंने इसे हैक करने की कोशिश की तो मैं भी वही हैश एल्गोरिथम यूज करूंगा उसे डिक्रिप्ट करने के लिए, तो इससे कैसे बचा जा सकता है?
आपको और सरल भाषा में बताऊं, जितनी सरलता से मैंने आपको बताया उतना सरल ब्लॉकचेन है। उसकी आंतरिक चीजें बहुत ही टिपिकल हैं। अगर हैश फंक्शन का आप बोल रहे थे कि यहाँ पे हमने सिर्फ फॉक्स लिखा और क्रिप्टोग्राफिक हैश फंक्शन से ये आया, मैं अगर सीधा आके यहाँ पे ये हैश फंक्शन लगा दूं तो हैश फंक्शन का डेफिनेशन आपके ऊपर वैरी करता है। आपके लिए मे बी एफ का मतलब एक कोड होगा 1 2 3, वो मेरे लिए 5 6 7 टाइप्स है। तो पर्सन टू पर्सन डिपेंड करता है आपका कैसा क्या है, आप उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
नो आई वांट टू आस्क, जो हैश का एल्गोरिथम है वो हर डिफरेंट पर्सन टू पर्सन वैरी करता है या फिर वो भी एक मैथमेटिकल वे की तरह सेम होता है?
आप इसको अपने तरीके से आप चेंज कर सकते हैं, आप अपने तरीके से उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो ये बहुत ईजी, अगर यूनिवर्सली एफ का मतलब 1 2 3 होता तो सभी लोग आके 1 2 3 यूज करके ही हैक कर लेते। तो पर्सन टू पर्सन वैरी करता है। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? यस सर। क्वेश्चन शायद ये है कि अगर आप मिसाइल लॉन्च कर रहे हैं बट उसको अबॉर्ट करने की कोशिश हो रही है और फास्टर वे में होना चाहिए, सेम पर्सन विल बी अबॉर्ट। ओके सर। मैं दिल्ली हाई कमांड से हूँ और वहाँ पे मेरा साथी विनायक बैठा है जो मिशन लॉन्च कर रहा है, और मैं यहाँ से मैसेज पास ऑन करूँगा और मैसेज देखेगा और काम करेगा। ब्लॉकचेन की जो प्रोसेस है वो बहुत फास्ट है। आपको मैं करेक्ट जो आंकड़े हैं वो आपको मैं इसके माध्यम से नहीं दिखा पाया, बट इट इज वन ऑफ द फास्टेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी टू पास ऑन द मैसेज इन बिटवीन। अगर आपके नेटवर्क के बीच में, जैसे कि मैंने एक ब्लॉकचेन की टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई इन सभी के बीच में, मैं जब मैसेज पास करूंगा तो वो पास ऑन बहुत तेज होती है, तो वहां पे हो सकती है। और 5G एक ग्रोइंग स्टेज पे है, 5G एक ग्रोइंग स्टेज पे है और 5G की भी सेम चीज से आप उसको कर सकते हैं, मैसेज कर सकते हैं। बट सिक्योरिटी वाइज दिस इज द बेस्ट मेथड। अगर अबॉर्ट करने की जगह बीच में कोई अबॉर्ट को ही उड़ा दिया, मिसाइल लॉन्च हो गया, उस चीज को ये प्रोटेक्ट कर सकता है और उसके साथ साथ ये फास्टेस्ट भी है। 5G ओनली पास ऑन मैसेज पास ऑन कर रहा है। रिवर्स इन सेंस कौन से सेंस में बात कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि बेसिक थिंग्स यू, जैसे कि आपने बताया कि सर कि रिवर्स हो सकता है कि नहीं, चीजें रिवर्स हो सकती है कि नहीं, जैसे मैंने कोई मैसेज पास ऑन कर दिया उसको रोक सकता हूँ कि नहीं। सर वन एंडेड सिस्टम है सर, आपने मैसेज किया वहां तक चला जाएगा, तो नेक्स्ट मैसेज पे आप जो बोल सकते हैं। रिवर्स अभी तक एक्चुअली ग्रोइंग स्टेज पे है और किसी किसी क्रिप्टो करेंसी में ये यूज होता है। क्रिप्टो करेंसी अभी तक क्रिप्टो करेंसी में ब्लॉकचेन यूज होता है, अभी ये वन एंडेड सिस्टम है, आपको एक बार किया फिर दूसरी बार करना पड़ेगा। थैंक यू। ब्लॉकचेन सिस्टम को सर he's a Japanese programmer, Samantha Canto कुछ something name, I can't recall that proper name. Sorry sir, I can't recall sir. Thank you sir.
Thank you, Cadet Sohil Biswal, for giving us the information about the blockchain system and technology. Next is
Vishnu Priya Panda. The topic is on the role of defense system in counter-terrorism.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानं अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतं धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of the juniors present over here, all the cadets and my seniors and juniors. I am here Vishnu Priya Panda representing on the topic National Defense System and National Cadet Corps, the role of National Defense System and NCC in the counter-terrorism. So first of all, for this we need to understand what is terrorism, right? So here is the topic National Defense System and Cadet Corps in counter-terrorism. How to counter terrorism and ensure global security. So let's see what are the previews. So in previews we should know about what we are going to discuss, right? So to know about terrorist and terrorism, we will know what is terrorist and what is terrorism, right? What are the major roles of NCC and defense system to counter terrorism? Discuss some common weapons used in counter terrorism, and lastly discuss several innovative technology to handle terrorism. So what is terrorism? And An individual or member of an organized group that uses violence, threat, or intimidation as a means to create fear, panic, and disruption in the society. Who create antisocial activity in the society, we call them as terrorists. Right. So, first of all, we will know about the nextly we should go to terrorism and goal of terrorist. Okay. So, the goal of terrorist, what they want to do in society. So, internal attention, they just want international attention and influence, instill fear and panic, destabilize governments and societies, economic disruption, harass, weaken the government and security forces, and disrupt lines of the communication. So for terrorism, like we, the defense system and the national cadet corps, we need 4 powerful tools. These 4 powerful tools are prevent, pursue, protect and prepare. So we should prevent the people from extortion or extremism. Like they should not go, like the terrorists should not go in extremism, we should like protect them, right? And nextly pursue the terrorists and should work, okay, to work to give them justice. The terrorists, most of the terrorists became, and most of the normal people, they became terrorists due to some injustice with them. So we should need to give them justice, right? And nextly we should go to protect part. So we should protect the social and the government and all the vulnerable people in our society. And lastly, prepare. We should always be prepared and should be ready to go for like to protect our society and to give them security. So I will ask you a normal question. Okay. So can you tell me why lion is the king of the jungle? Who can tell me why lion is the king of the jungle? Who can tell me? Raise your hand, please.
Because of its attitude.
Yeah, very good. So it's due to its attitude. So it's not the largest animal, like it's not the largest insect, like elephant, right? And it's not like more like herbivorous like tiger. Okay, it's only because of its attitude and its dominant behavior in the jungle. That's why lion is the king of the jungle, right? So we need, like in Mahabharata, the dangerous war we know that is Mahabharata Yuddha, right? So we know about in 2008 there is Taj attack, right, in Mumbai. So in Taj attack there are 31 soldiers died. So we all remember those incidents. And in 1999 we all know about Kargil war, right? In 2016 we gave them and like we gave this kind of, we react as in surgical strike in 2016 September 28 and 29, right? So these are the things we need to focus on. So counter-terrorism is very much needed. So the most important thing I want to like discuss about like on this stage, that we are in the second largest defense force in the whole world, and we are in the top most powerful positions too. Why? So we need to understand that it's due to our ethical value. Okay, what is ethical value? We will say that we have seen the wars between Ukraine and Russia, right? So we help also, like Ukrainians are like lots of like in disaster in the world. We India always stand by different nations for to help them. Okay, we know what is the condition between Pakistan and India. Yes or no? We all well know about this. But still there is a cold war between Pakistan and India. It's not we are going for the war, right? It's the ethical value of India. We need to understand if we compare the army of the Pakistan and the army of the India, so we are in far most like better condition. Yes or no? It's due to like our ethical value only. So we are not attacking them. Rather, we are protecting our nation from this kind of antisocial works. So we need to focus and we should be proud of ourselves that we belongs to a nation like India. Okay, we should be proud of being an NCC cadet. So in NCC cadet, there is a song, हम सब भारतीय हैं, हम सब भारतीय हैं, अपनी मंजिल एक है, हाँ हाँ एक है, हम सब भारतीय हैं,
there is a song we all like start and we respect our flag and our nation, right? So what it teaches us? It teaches us the integrity. It teaches us how we should prove in ethical. Like there is a in Mahabharata, it is a, like the most dangerous one. So Mahabharata, what we learned? Okay, there is a Kuruvans and Pandava, right? So between Kuru and Pandava there is a yuddha. Like why Pandava win the war? Due to its ethical value only. Because they always in the form of dharma. Okay, that's why we always start by the justice. Okay, we should give the people the justice. Okay, so next, go to the next slide. Roles of NCC and defense system to counter terrorism. Okay, National Cadet Corps. First, let's see about National Cadet Corps as we all belong from NCC, right? So it creates awareness and vigilance, disaster management, community engagement, and youth development. Okay, it teaches us how we should be powerful and it gives us courage to stand in this stage and to say something. It gives a self-motivation, self-confidence, right? So it is, that's why we are different from the normal students. Defense system. Defense system is acts on the intelligence and surveillance, border security, rapid response, crisis management, and critical infrastructure protection, international cooperation. Some common weapons used in the counter-terrorism. So now, I will say, only male persons are on this planet, and only female persons are on this planet. So can the next can we develop? No. Can we go into different condition? Can there is a next generation? No. So without female, a male is incomplete. Without male, a female is incomplete. Likewise, if there is a coin, both sides of the coin is important. If there is one side is like there is a picture and the other side is totally blank, then it can't be used like a coin, right? So both sides is needed. Like that, NCC and defense system is in the one side and technology and weapons is in the other side. So I will like to say this, that without technology, no army or no defense can be great and powerful, right? We have some physical activities, we have some physical power, still without technology we can't be great in the world, right? So we need to work on technology. That's why here I'm so glad that most of the students and most of the cadets talks only about, basically talks about the technology, how we will use the technology and how it works. So we need to work on this, right? So let's talk about some common weapons used in counter-terrorism. So first of all, drones. Okay, it is used in the surveillance. Okay, and firearms and explosive and bombs disposal equipment, non-lethal weapons and cyber tools. Some innovative technology to handle terrorism. Artificial intelligence, okay, and all artificial intelligence algorithms can be used to monitor security footage and identify suspicious behavior in real time. Drones can be used for surveillance and to monitor remote areas where terrorist activity may be taking place. Cybersecurity technologies can help prevent cyber attacks on critical infrastructures, as there is someone told about 8 cybercrime, right? So this helps us to protect from this kind of cyber attacks, right? So blockchain. What is blockchain? Blockchain is it is segmented information. Okay, it is in a chronological set of information and it is disrupted, immutable and decentralized. So blockchain technology can be used to create secure and tamper-proof record of financial transaction. So SAT asked the candidate that the blockchain can be reversed or not. So my answer is that the blockchain can be reversed. That's why it is special and that's how it is work right now. Okay, it can be in future, but right now it works in this kind of way. So virtual reality creates, and it is a computer generated visualization. It creates some kind of environment and it creates real object project. Conclusion. So we need to act on this kind of technology. And lastly, I want to say that we are the citizen of India. We are the student and today's future, like tomorrow's future. So we need to work on ourselves. We need to be very self-motivated. Lastly, I would say, if we think, we can, and if we can, we must. Okay? So lastly, thank you. Thanks for your patience to understanding this kind of things, and thanks for your valuable time. Jai Hind. Thank you.
I have a question. Yes, sir. You have 3 times mentioned anti-social activities.
Yes, sir.
People that were involved in anti-social activities are called terrorists.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is the appropriate definition of terrorism?
No. Actually, those who are doing like snatchings also, that is also antisocial activity, but we don't call them terrorists, right? So I think this is not the proper definition for the terrorism or terrorist.
About Taj attack.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So it is happened in the year 2008.
2008, yeah.
So who is responsible for that? Do you think the internal security is responsible for that? Or do you think the border security is responsible for that? Or do you think this is the intelligence failure of our
Yeah, I will say that at that time we are not that much technologically developed, right? So I think it is somehow, it is not like someone's, like we can't say it is a particular, like it is government's fault, or it is like intelligence, those who are working in intelligence, their fault. It is an integrated thing, okay? We can't see, like we are the NCC and we are also in the second line border system. Like immunity, there is a primary immunity system and secondary immunity system in our geology. Likewise, Indian defense system is in the primary line and NCC is in the secondary line within the India. So likewise, I think that it is not like someone is doing or we should blame someone. It is our integrated responsibility. Like I am the citizen, I am the civilian. If like all are the cadets and I am the civilian support. So it's also my responsibility that I should act and I should behave, I should represent my India in such a way that it should not be blamed. Yes, sir. That is.
When Akmal Kasab was there in the van, right?
Yes, sir.
And when the police personnel, they were about to stop him. The police personnel, they have only sticks.
Yeah.
And they are going to stop a terrorist, right? Who is decorated with the modern weapon. Don't you think the modern...
That's the technology. Yeah, that's where the technology is important. Yeah, that's why.
The government must take care of that.
Yeah.
The government should make some special provision for defense as well as the internal security.
Yeah.
And when the blast took place in the Shivaji terminal, right? So at that time, the police personnel, they have only sticks and they are going to fight with the terrorists.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's why I told that
integrated responsibility is okay.
Yeah, but there is specific, that's why they all are in a different part. They should work on specialization, yeah.
Group of terrorists are staying in the hotels and planning for the attack. Right? Don't you think it is the intelligence value?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And when the police are attacking the terrorists with sticks, don't you think it is the failure of infrastructure?
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's why then we are like, we are focused on technology. That's why we are discussing it today. That's why I told that defense system, NCC and technology are like both sides of the coin. One is incomplete without other. We can't be like great without technology. That's why I told it before. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please.
Blockchain can reverse. So
No, it can't right now. It can't.
You have said that.
No, it can't. Maybe there is a word gap, but it can't reverse right now. That's why it is special. That's why it is broken into different sets of information. That's why it is chronological information. I told you. Maybe there is some kind of misconception. Yeah, it can't be reversed. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Also follows his father's order.
Yeah.
So why he obeying your father's order is it's also harmful.
See, Draupadi is there like if I will talk about Mahabharata, it is not like a particular chapter, it's a long, okay. I will talk about from like there is like it started from Sakuni Mama, okay. He wants to destroy Kurvansa. There is history behind it, okay. And Draupadi, like we said, like Vastraharana, okay, of Draupadi. That is, it's not about, it's the war is not because of the female. It is because of the Sakuni Mama. Okay, previously we should know from the starting. We can't start from the middle. That's why there should be like misconception. We should also, for Mahabharata, it's not like one thing. So it's told in different chapters. Okay, so we need to go through the whole chapter. Right. Yeah.
But it is the order of his father.
Yeah. But see, if I will tell you, you told me that it's the order of this and that like that. Okay. So if I will tell you that go and jump into the well, will you? No. If your father will tell you just go and jump into the well, you can't. Okay, that's what we have brain. We should know like in certain period of time, like when we are child, we don't know about anything. So when parents will tell like this, we will go. Like if they will say like crow is like white, we will say crow is white. But when we will see in our own eyes like no, crow is black, then we will say no, it's not white, it's black. So we also have our mind and we have our like consciousness. So we should act on this kind of thing, right? So that's why it is important, yeah.
Discussion will be there. Due to lack of time.
Yeah, thank you.
Continuing after this session, right? So next please. It is a very huge
Thank you, Vishnu Priya Panda, for defense role system in counter-terrorism and your presentation. Now we would like to welcome Cadet Aditya Kumar for role of NCC in building and its 360 aspects for integration and development of our country. Hello.
Hello. So good evening everyone. As we all know that we are here for the first national conference on Indian defense system and role of National Cadet Corps. And the topic for my presentation is role of NCC in building and its 360 aspect for the national integration and overall development of our country.
Give your introduction, then don't walk in front of your presentation. Okay?
Yes, don't walk in front of the stage.
Very difficult to
read all these.
Good evening everyone. My name is Cadet Aditya Kumar. And as we all know that we are here for the first national conference on Indian defense system and role of National Cadet Corps. And the topic for my presentation is role of NCC in building and its 360 aspect in national integration and the overall development of our country. So moving further to our presentation, first of all we will need to know what is the basic meaning of national integration. It's a saying by Dr. S. Radhakrishnan that national integration is not a building that is built by mortar or brick. Then what it is? National integration. As we all know that India is full of diversity. Diversity in its religion, diversity in reason, language, race, color, gender, and etc. And if we want the overall development of our country, then national integration play a vital role in it. So we are here. We need to know what is national integration. So national integration is basically unity, but not uniformity. We all know that unity and discipline. We all know that basic meaning of unity. But what is unity but not uniformity? As we all know that India is full of diversity, and diversity in religion, race, color, gender, and etc. But if we collect all the people with same mindset in same area, that will be uniformity. In this case, there will be unity among that particular amount of people, but there will be uniformity in it. So it is the national integration. To remove the uniformity between the people of our country, national integration is very important, and to avoid the divisive movement between country members, it's also a aspect of national integration. Divisive movement in the sense division of India in small parts is known as divisive movement. Now we are here to learn what is the role of National Cadet Corps (NCC) for the national integration. First of all, we will need to know what is National Cadet Corps. So National Cadet Corps (NCC) is the biggest youth organization of country and world that has the same motto. The motto of NCC is unity and discipline. NCC emphasizes on national integration, building leadership spirit, discipline, physical fitness, skill development, disaster management, women empowerment, integration, cooperation. These are the basic 9 factors in which NCC emphasizes on. Now, we will know role of NCC in national integration. NCC play a vital role in national integration of our country for the overall development of it. NCC helps in fostering a sense of national unity among its cadets by diversity and inclusivity, inter-initiate camps and exchanges, national integration camps, flag hosting and national celebrations, national integration awareness program. Now we will know what is diversity and inclusivity. We all know that our country is full of diversity. Diversity in religion, diversity in caste, diversity in color, gender, and many other things. But NCC give a platform for all cadets that they come under a roof and can share their culture, share their religion, share their tradition, and inter-state camps and exchanges. NCC provide the cadets camps. One cadet from one state come to other state for camp. In this process, one person share the feelings, share its culture, share its religion, share its culture basically to the other, and the bond between them becomes strong. Similarly, NCC provide national integration camps, flag hosting and national celebrations. NCC and NCC cadets participate in national celebrations with a great joy, like Republic Day and Independence Day, Gandhi Jayanti, etc. And during this, they have the opportunity to showcase their talent, showcase their talent basically. NCC provides leadership spirit and personality development. As we all know that from the day one of the training, NCC helps in the personality development and leadership spirit. NCC focus on developing leadership qualities among cadets by drills, integration of cadets in camps, sports and adventure activities, and giving responsibility to the cadets. Now, what is the meaning of integration of cadets in camps? Basically, in a camp, there are cadets from variety of places. Like one cadet have his culture and the other cadet have his culture, and they share their culture. So from this, the environment, the bond between cadets becomes strong. Sports and adventure activities. NCC provide a variety type of sports like volleyball, cricket, football, and adventurous activities like mountain climbing, trekking, river rafting. So by these things, the leadership spirit developed in cadets, and by these things, the personality development also has done. And in NCC, the cadets are given responsibility. Responsibility by taking responsibility, they have given responsibility to manage a team, by manage his troop, by giving commandership. They develop their personality, and they have the leadership spirit. CC and discipline. So before moving further, first of all, we need to know, is discipline needed for an organized and strong country? The answer is yes. Discipline plays a vital role for a country to become strong and rich and organized, because discipline directly impact on the economical wealth, the social and personal awareness, and so how NCC foster discipline? By training and routine, uniform and grooming standards, by leadership training, by adventures and outdoor activities. Training and routine. NCC cadets have a strict training routine and a strict uniform and grooming standards. Like in training routines, NCC cadets have to do drill, parade, march, and basic workouts. And in uniform and grooming standards, all the NCC cadets have a proper attire, proper uniform, and they have to groom themselves. By this, NCC emphasize on discipline, leadership training. NCC provide cadets. NCC provide opportunity for the cadets for the commandership and for the teamwork. So they provide leadership training, adventures and outdoor activities, as we discussed further. NCC have outdoor activities like river rafting, mountain climbing and trekking, etc. Thank you.
Big question from Orion side.
Thank you, Cadet Aditya, for your performance. And next, our
Now I want to call the PhD scholar Arpita Ghosh to address on the topic Paraspecial Force.
Hello.
So, very good evening to all of you. I'm not a cadet. I'm a PhD scholar from N.I.T. Rourkela, Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering. So, as a defense aspirant, I forced Professor Ajit Behra to just give one talk on them. So, I prepared this slide for Indian Para-SF. So, as you all know, Indian Para-Special Force, or it is called Para-SF. So, the one motto we have, the motto we know that man apart, every man as an emperor. The single man is like if we go to the war, then we go to the team. If one man can go to the war, that is called emperor, it is called king. So with this, I am starting my presentation. So history, when the Para-SF has come to the play. So in 1966, it came to the play when India-Pakistan war was there, 1971. Previous that, it was there commissioned, but not in the field of like to play into the market. So actually, the Para Special Force have 14 battalions. The 9 battalions are special forces, 5 battalions are Para Airborne units. From there, it has a headquarters in Bengaluru. So basically, the Para Special Force are engaged in counter surgical strike, as we all know that Uri, the very famous. Then previously we had the Myanmar attacks. So here Para Special also engaged. In 1971 war also Para-SF also there. Then Kargil war also directly Para-Special Force also engaged here. So this is the main war cry of Indian Para-SF. Soryam Daksham Yuthe, Balidan Param Prabha. Because this slogan has come to the, all know that when the Uri attack and those who martyred in that 2018. So one small child has come to his father's dead body. That time that girl has cried these things, that Soyam Daksham Yuthe Balidan Param Prabha. And also we have seen in Uri surgical strike movie, that scene has been focused on that particular scene. So these are the Para-SF battalions. I already told that 9 are Para-SF and 5 are the airborne. So these are the 9 battalions which are included in Para-SF. So each Para-SF have different nicknames. So you can see that one is called Red Devils. In the next slide you can see that they have the individual logos and individual, they have the identity. So in the one Para-SF Red Devils, then 2 is called, it is the Predators. Third is the 4 Para-SF, it is the Russell Vipers. The 9 Para-SF is called Daggers. 10 Para-SF is called Desert Scorpions. 11 is called Vipers. 12 Para-SF Dirty Dozens. And the 21 is the famous is Wagners. As we know, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, when he killed Afzal Guru, he used the Wagners. So that is the thing the 21 Para-SF are using their identity logo. Apart from this, all Para-SF, 9 Para-SF is most active Para-SF, as well the surgical strike, the Bihar regiment, that 9 Para-SF were engaged during the surgical strike. So I already told, these are the insignia used in the different regiment of the Para-SF. So this logo 9 Para-SF, it is a, like the famous, I think all of you, more of the cadets, those who are sitting here, you know this 9 Para-SF. Okay, who cares who wins? Apart from that, these 4 Para-SF. Now I have the small videos in the next slides. So in this 4 Para-SF, they have the traditions when they have that completed their drill and they join the Para-SF. So they have the glass eating ceremony. So these are the uniques apart from that all Para-Special Forces. So training of Para-Commandos. So these are like more the allied forces which have the Indian Army. We have the different forces, like we have the NSG, we have Marcos, we have Gadul Commandos, and this is Para-SF. So apart from that, this Para-SF is like, you can see that in the Para-SF when the drill is going on, so between the drill, they have to take 60 to 65 kg in their body, and with the rifle, the 7 kilo, they have to run 20 kilometers. So you can imagine that how much drill and how much hard work they have to pay for on this maroon beret. They have a different, like, if you want to go the parachute, either the parachute regiment, that is para-SF. There's a parachute that is called the para-SF. The parachute regiment, that means we have to fly from the 33,000 feet from there. So we have the different HAHO and HAILO. It's high altitude and low altitude. We have to drop out from the parachute regiment. So they have the different places where you get trained there after commissioned in the para-SF. So these are trainings, some teams are there in the para-SF. So this is the night visions where there are no sleeping nights for the para-SF. Every time their commander or drill instructor will come and they plan in that way that you can't sleep for 1 or 2 hours good sleep. Okay, so these are the drills are done by the para-SF. So these are training centers. So for the high altitude welfare, we have the Kashmir. Then Indian parachute training is the Himachal Pradesh. So this is, I told, the HAHO. So what is HAHO? If you jump from the 35,000 feet, then you have the hour-based batch. It is called HAHO. Then HALO, that means of So this is HALO, the high altitude low opening. So you have to jump from 15,000 feet and you have to earn this patch. So these are the weapons basically used by the para-SF during the surgical strike, Uri, as well as Myanmar. So from there, this weapon is the most famous weapon. Also, if somebody is playing PUBG, if somebody is playing, then you know this saber gun. So these are the guns, like these are the elite gun is there, assault rifle is there, machine gun is there, pistol is there, hand grenades also there. So this is IMI Gale, the sniper. It is basically Israel made. These are used during surgical strikes. So apart from this, all the instruments they are using, all the weapons they are using, now that Indian government had includes this type of new weapons with them, like they have 750 numbers of light machine guns. The newly things that helmet mounted night vision system. Previously we don't have that facilities, but now Indian government had included these things. Then 60 combat free special parachutes. Then Swiss knife and pocket knife. These are more dangerous things because we have to not only the ground, we have to fight in the air as well as the water. So these are the engagement we have till date the para-SF. So from the start of 1971 war, then Operation Blue Star, the Cactus, the Operation Blue Star basically Amritsar, the attack by the terrorists, that time para-SF engaged. Then this is Operation Cactus. In there, Indian para-SF went to Maldives to evacuate their president from there because there are some attacks was there. So from there, Indian para-SF went. This is Kargil War 1999, Operation Rakshak, Turkey, surgical strike, and Operation Myanmar. So I have some videos. So just little bit videos I have prepared from there. Number 1. These are small videos for para-SF. You can just enjoy the video.
पैराट्रूपर स्पेशल फोर्सेस यूनिट को दुश्मन के इलाके में उतरने के लिए बनाया गया था और इसे पहली बार सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में उतारा गया। सन 1965 में भारत पाकिस्तान के युद्ध के बाद इनकी एक स्पेशलाइज्ड फोर्स बनाई गई जिसे नाम दिया गया पैरा कमांडोज।
किसी की भी भर्ती से पहले हम ये देखते हैं कि क्या वो बिना किसी की मदद के फैसले ले सकता है, क्या उसमें अकेले काम करने की हिम्मत है, और सबसे जरूरी बात, क्या उसमें वो स्पेशल फोर्सेस का जज्बा और लीडरशिप क्वालिटीज हैं जो हमें चाहिए।
भारतीय सेना की सबसे मुश्किल टास्क फोर्स को चुनने वाले इन सभी नौजवानों के लिए फैसले का दिन आ गया है। 90 दिन का संघर्ष अब खत्म हो गया है। जो प्रोवीज कामयाब हुए हैं उनके लिए ये तो सिर्फ एक शुरुआत है। स्पेशल फोर्सेस ऑपरेटिव्स बनने के लिए इन्हें जमीन, हवा और पानी पर महारत हासिल करनी होगी। इन सोल्जर्स ने पैराट्रूपर्स बनने का फैसला लिया है, लेकिन क्या वो सचमुच पैराट्रूपर्स बन पाएंगे? प्रोबेशन साइकिल के लिए आने वाले 23 लड़कों में से सिर्फ 10 ही पास हुए, लेकिन ये एक बेमिसाल बैच था, वरना सिर्फ 10% ही इसे पास कर पाते हैं। इन सभी जवानों के लिए ये उनकी जिंदगी का सबसे ज्यादा गर्व का पल है। ये सभी अब बेजोड़ पैराट्रूपर स्पेशल फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं, जिनके लिए आसमान छूना भी कोई मुश्किल बात नहीं।
This is the previous video. You can see that this is a glass setting ceremony of 4 paras. So that's the same video. So this is the ghost. Like I told you that this is a ghost operator 9 parasite. It is called that whenever the terrorist will come, so they will know if the 9 parasite is there. That means the ghost is there. So 9 parasite come from everywhere, any place, any time. So this is the fear of that any terrorist. That if they will going to attack, then they have to think that. If they will attack, then they will not going to like live in this earth. So they will go to the like their hell. So this is 9 parasite. If you want to see the video, then we can play the video, unless I will go to the next video. So this is that.
इंडियन आर्मी की पैराशूट रेजिमेंट के अंदर कई पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस बटालियंस आती हैं। हर एक बटालियन का प्रोबेशन पीरियड, रिचुअल्स और एक्सपर्टीज डिफरेंट होता है, और इन सभी स्पेशल फोर्सेस बटालियंस में से 4 पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस का ग्लास ईटिंग रिचुअल्स काफी फेमस हैं। दरअसल 4 पैरा स्पेशल फोर्स का प्रोबेशन सक्सेसफुली कंप्लीट करने वाले पैराट्रूपर्स के लिए एक सेरेमनी ऑर्गेनाइज की जाती है, जहां पर उनको अपने इंस्ट्रक्टर्स और कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स के सामने हार्ड ड्रिंक कंज्यूम करनी होती है और ग्लास के पीसीस को दांतों से क्रश करके उसे निगलना होता है। दिस रिचुअल फॉस्टर्स देयर सेंस ऑफ एब्सोल्यूट फियरलेसनेस एंड सुपीरियरिटी। और इसके बाद ही ट्रॉफीज को मैरून बेरेंट और स्पेशल फोर्सेस पैचेस लगाकर उनको स्पेशल फोर्सेस फैमिली में इंडक्ट किया जाता है। गेट श्योर सक्सेस इन स्क्रीनिंग विद एस।
Number 3 can also play. is the ghost operator. One incident is there. He is the captain of that particular team. So he explained that why it's called ghost operator.
है कि दुनिया ने जिस किसी ने हमको देखा तो उन्होंने बोला यार ये तो भूत है भूत। एक बार हम शिकार कर रहे थे, ठीक है, तो हम ऊपर बैठे हुए थे और इंतजार कर रहे थे। वहाँ पे और कोई फौज नहीं आती, कोई फौज नहीं। आतंकवादी आए और उस गली में पहुंचे, थके हुए थे। उन्होंने सोचा यहाँ कौन आएगा, है ना। उस मुद्दे से हम बात कर रहे थे कि ये नयनतारा वाले ये भूत है, भूत गाड़ी से निकल आते हैं, ठीक है, और हम वही रोड के ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं।
So basically, in the 9th para we have that most decorated one Indian Army staff. So he is Major Brigadier Shekhawat. So why he is called most decorated para? So this is a small video. Say whatever the achievement he have done for the Indian Army as well as the parachute regiment. This is a small video. Please.
दोस्तों, आपने ब्रिगेडियर सौरभ सिंह शेखावत का नाम तो सुना ही होगा, जो पैराशूट रेजिमेंट के द मोस्ट डेकोरेटेड सर्विंग ऑफिसर है। आज हम आपको उनके बारे में कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताएंगे जो आपको पैरा कमांडो बनने के लिए मोटिवेट करेगा। इन्हें 1992 में सेना में सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट के रूप में कमीशन किया गया, फिर 1996 में लेफ्टिनेंट, 1999 में कैप्टन, 2007 तक लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल, 2010 में कर्नल और मार्च 2020 में ब्रिगेडियर रैंक में प्रमोट किया गया। वह 2001, 2003, 2005 में 3 बार माउंट एवरेस्ट पर चढ़ चुके हैं। साथ ही अफ्रीका और पश्चिमी यूरोप की सबसे ऊंची चोटी की चढ़ाई की है। अब तक वह 14 ऊंची चोटियों को फतह कर चुके हैं। उन्हें आतंकवाद विरोधी अभियानों, पर्वतारोहण और विशिष्ट सेवा में प्रदर्शित वीरता कार्य के लिए कीर्ति चक्र, शौर्य चक्र, सेना मेडल, विशिष्ट सेवा पदक, सामान्य सेवा मेडल, ऑफिसर विजय स्टार मेडल, स्पेशल सर्विस मेडल, सियाचिन ग्लेशियर मेडल से सम्मानित किया गया है। आई होप आपको हमारी वीडियो पसंद आई होगी और वीडियो के लिए चैनल
most decorated staff. So this is all the achievements, all the medals he has achieved during his tenure. So his one thing is more common that when he joined that para SF, so some commanding officer asked that what is your religion? So he told his Rajput. So that commanding officer told him to go and dig in the dirty water. So that time he understand that he told something bad thing. So this is the thing. Whenever you ask that what is your religion, so you have to say yes, my whatever the religion, like whatever you are working, the Naam, Namak and Nisan. The Naam is your name, Namak that is soil for the India, and the Nisan that is Balidan badge. So this is like my religion is a special force and my caste is a special force. So if you want to join the Indian Army, so we have the only one caste, it's called Indian Army. So like if anybody wear these badges like para SF, so they have some things there. So if you are getting this is a Balidan badge, as you all know, this is a Naam, Namak and this is Nisan. And this is like if you commission the Tiger Hill, then you will get this is this is the parachute, the badge you are earning. So if you jump from the 20,000 feet, you will get this badge. Then this is the Tiger Hill. If you capture Tiger Hill, then you will get this badge also. This is the maroon beret, and this is your parachute regiment. So the last and not thing, that more you show it in the peace, the less you bleed in the war. So with this, I am going to conclude. Jai Hind. And lastly, I want to thank Professor Ajit Behra sir to give me the permission here to present this Indian para. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, PhD scholar Arka Ghosh, for your knowledge and about para special forces.
जय हिंद, मैं कैडेट प्रियंका दी
और मैं कैडेट लोकेश सेवला।
स्वागत है आप सभी का NDSSC के दूसरे दिन के कार्यक्रम में। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, पहले दिन का कार्यक्रम काफ़ी सफलतापूर्वक रहा। तो आज का कार्यक्रम कुछ इस प्रकार है। शुरुआत होगी एक टॉक सेशन से, जिसमें हमारे स्पीकर लेफ्टिनेंट धर्मेंद्र कुमार साहू हमें काफ़ी सारी जानकारियाँ देंगे। उसके बाद हमारे कैडेट्स के द्वारा बनाए गए पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन के सेशन के लिए हम सभी RM हॉल की ओर प्रस्थान करेंगे। उसके बाद शुरुआत होगी हमारे वैलिडेक्टरी सेशन की।
तो आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत करने के लिए हम बुलाना चाहेंगे हमारे NO सर लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजीत बेरा सर, आर्मी में। प्लीज सर, NCC क्लब के साथ सर।
Good morning, all of you. So today is the ending session, right? In first of everything we will finish, and one talk is that will be presented by Lieutenant Dharmendra Kumar Sahu, and he will share with you a lot of experiences he have done in NCC, and he have a lot of experience with different type of technique and systems which is used in NCC with the system. Right? So whatever he achieved in his experience, he will share. Not in slide. He will directly interact with you and tell all the things. So after that we will proceed for okay. First of all, I will invite Lieutenant Dharmendra Kumar Sahu to come over here and start your presentation.
Again, I welcome to you all seated here. Firstly, our respected all ALOs, all the NCC cadets, both SD and SW, and all the ladies and gentlemen. Today is the closing day of National Conference of NCC organized by N.I.T. Rourkela, and I very much thankful to Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Kumar Behera. The organization is very beautiful and cheerful, and I think it will be completed very smoothly and successfully. I, Lieutenant Dharmendra Kumar Sahu, belongs to 14th Odisha Battalion, Keonjhar. My talk is National Integration and the role of NCC cadets. This topic is very easy to listen. National integration means that is unity in diversity, but it is too difficult to maintain and manage in a country like India, where different types of languages, religion, races, dress, food, clothes are different. But how it will to manage and how it will be continued for a long time. It is very difficult for the government. So it is very necessary to know the national integration for NCC cadets. And they can manage, and they can continue it for a long time. Now I am going to present a talk on national integration. is very simple. The language, the topic is very simple. Again, I am telling it is to maintain very difficult. First, in simple words, national integration refers to the process where, in a feeling of the togetherness, a sense of national unity, process where, in a feeling of the togetherness, a sense of national unity, and above all, a sense of national belongingness is developed among the people. It is in this concept, the concept of national integration has assumed importance, and hence my deliberation on the topic. But why after 25 years of independence and after that long struggle for independence at the cost of thousands and thousands of our brave and courageous forefathers, and more than those, why talk of national integration in a country which is a multi-religious democratic country wherein people belonging to 6 major religions of the world have been living harmony. Since time immemorial, why talk of national integration in a country whose history is as old as the Mesopotamian civilization, the oldest in the world? Why talk of national integration in a country whose history talks back to 2 million BP and where the Harappan civilization began in 2600 BCE? In answering the question, I will first talk of diversity in India, and then I will concentrate on the challenges with a request to each and one of you to find solutions to the problems. The diversity in India is indeed amazing. It is a country that is home to many different religions. The Indian population is made up of Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists and Jains. In addition to the tribal societies, Hindus are divided into a number of sections which again are divided into castes and tribes. Similarly, there are various Muslim sections. In the recent past, these people are divided according to their beliefs in one sense or the other, and even in the name of politics. And to assert their importance and dominance, they are ready to compromise national integration, forgetting that this is Lord that gave birth to Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, Guru Nanak, and many such greats who have guided crores of people not only in India but around the world to lead a peaceful life. Besides religious diversity, we also witness in this land language diversity. After Papua New Guinea, India has the second highest number of languages in the world. You will be proud of the fact that out of 21 languages on the world which have written scripts, 12 are in India, including Odia. In addition to the, I have already mentioned, there is caste diversity, ethnic diversity and geographic diversity. It is because of ethnic diversity that regional differences are reflected in cultural patterns. Due to demographic diversity, Indian culture is extremely diverse and in a fusion other cultures. Every region, caste and religion has its unique tradition and culture. As a result, there are various in race, food, music, dance, theatre and architecture. In addition to the major forms of variety already mentioned, India also has diversity in many other areas such as tribal, rural and urban patterns of habitation, patterns of marriage and kinship along religious and religional lines and more. India being a multilingual, multiracial and multi-religious secular society has a vast pool of customs and traditions. It is true that Modern thinking of today's citizens have broken majority of all these barriers, if not all. People today have become more tolerant and celebrate each other's festivals and ceremonies in spite of the progress we have made in this field. It is a fact that national integrity is necessary, particularly in a country like ours, where people with different languages, religious, races and culture are required to be webbed together. The unity in diversity which we are so proud of can only be maintained if we have the understanding and respect for each other's religions, customs and traditions. If we have to survive as a nation and safeguard our sovereignty and national integrity, we have to remain united. Remember, united we stand, we divided, we fall. This has happened before to this powerful and great unity, and it might happen once more if we are not united. Hence, national integration is a prerequisite for the survival of prosperity and territorial integrity of our motherland, maintenance of peace and harmony, growth and development of the nation for eradication of the poverty, internal security and law and order for the development of our religion, culture, languages and literature, economic and industrial growth, to attract foreign investment and increase import and export exchange of technological know-how and culture for the dignity and self-respect of our beloved motherland, for the welfare and well-being of the people. And last but not the least, to foster foreign relations and for better understanding among the nations of the world. Hence, it is imperative on the part of each and every Indian citizen to understand that we need to strive to achieve unity in spite of diversity, and further, we must remember that there should be no divisions between north and south or east and west of India. There is only one India of which all our Indians are inheritors. We are Indian first and Indian last. Let us all be proud of our motherland and say with one voice, Mera Bharat Mahan. Reminding you again of the question asked there, the outset I now came to the challenges or threats to national integrity. The first and the foremost is regionalism, giving importance on one's region and linking that to religion and language threats among the people. The other important threat, casteism. One caste considers another as inferior and exploits their positions and opportunities are monopolized by a particular section. Caste organizations interfere in politics. They function as pressure groups and obtain benefits undeserved, which in turn hampers national integration. Communalism is yet another important factor affecting national integration even in today's India. Excessive affinity to one's own religion transforms into hatred towards other religions. This religious functionalism arises using caste and race to make social and political gains in its thought sure is wrong, and continuing this we as had done during the independence of our country will not help in national integrity. Another factor that hinders national integration is linguistic claims. In a country that has 22 official languages are spoken by various sections of the Indian people, a country which has already witnessed the linguistic recognition of the states in 1956, linguistic jingoism has become an important factor which hinders national integration. Politics in India and its leaders are fuel to it, and hence it has to be checked. Last but not the least, the biggest threat to national integration is extremism. Our neighbor countries, for their own gains, encourage and finance such extremist movements going on in different parts of the country. Blaming only outsiders and other means, in other words, ignoring our own faculty. Who are the ones who participate in such movements? The youth. Now we have admitted that the basic reason for taking arms by the youth is the continuing state of socio-economic deprivations. Moreover, the day-to-day humiliation, denial of justice, human rights, various kinds of exploitation, and political marginalization prompt there to join the Nazareth movement. Honored comrades, there are threats and challenges, and they will continue to be there. This great land of ours has faced them many times and yet has courageously faced and defeated them. Now, what measures can we take to uphold national integrity? First and foremost is the spread of value-based education. Education today is examination-oriented, which should not be. Good and efficient teachers are a must if we want to educate the child from the primary level. To encourage our teachers and administrators to learn more than one language so that they can serve others at the popular level, the government has an important role to play. It should take initiatives to see that the armed forces play more an important role to play. It should take initiatives to see that the armed forces play more an important role, spread the message of unity they have always displayed. More focus should be given to NCC and the cadets. The government should also see that the mass and electronic media be intelligently used in spreading the culture and tradition if one state to another states. Let the children be taught from infancy to love their motherland, to tolerate other religions, and to love other languages rather than their own only. Thank you all for giving me a patient hearing. Long live India. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Jai Hind. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such great aspects on national integrity. Now I would like to call upon stage our convener, Lieutenant Ajit Behra, sir, to present the memento to Lieutenant Dharmendra Kumar Sahu. Sir, please.
एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर।
अभी आप सभी से निवेदन है कि सभी बाहर स्नैक्स के लिए जाएं। उसके बाद हम पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन के लिए RM हॉल की ओर प्रस्थान करेंगे, जिसे सेशन कर रहे हैं लेफ्टिनेंट धर्मेंद्र कुमार साहू और लेफ्टिनेंट आर्य साहू, सॉरी लेफ्टिनेंट आर्य जेना। जय हिंद। सभी से निवेदन है कि वो एक लाइन में RM हॉल की ओर प्रस्थान करें, जहां हमारा पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन शुरू होने वाला है। जय हिंद। आशा करते हैं कि कैडेट्स के द्वारा प्रस्तुत किए गए सुंदर सुंदर पोस्टर्स आज सभी को काफ़ी अच्छे लगे होंगे। तो अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम अपने वैलिडेटरी सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं। अब हम इस सेशन की चीफ गेस्ट मिस्टर J.K. दलाई सर, जनरल मैनेजर ऑफ NSPCL को निवेदन करेंगे कि वो स्टेज पर आए और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें।
एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर।
अब हम अपने गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर मिस्टर एस.के. साहू, सीनियर ऑपरेशन मैनेजर ऑफ आईटीसी को निवेदन करेंगे कि वो ऊपर आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें।
एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर।
और अब हम अपने कन्वेनर लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजित बेहरा सर को निवेदन करेंगे कि वो ऊपर आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें।
एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर। एनसीसी क्लब शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर।
अब हम हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर मिस्टर एस.के. साहू से निवेदन करेंगे कि वो यहाँ आए और उपस्थित सभी कैडेट्स को प्रोत्साहित करें।
प्लीज।
Good morning all. Respected Chief Guest, Mr. J.K. Convener, Colonel Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Behra, and respected Associate NCC officers and dear cadets. I am deeply honored to be present here, invited here to address the seminar on NCC's role in Indian defense system, and it is indeed a privilege to be addressing to the August cadets and in this August Institute itself. So it's very gratifying to see all the students who are participating in NCC during their academics. I would say in NCC you basically learn things on discipline, things on unity. So I will definitely recommend you to other students also to continuously participate in this NCC so that they can learn certain things which will help them in future and also help them in different adverse situation which will be coming while in your professional career post your education. So I am congratulating you all so that you will do well in your academics as well as NCC. So thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you sir for your inspiring words. अब हम बुलाना चाहेंगे आज के हमारे चीफ गेस्ट J.K. बेहरा सर को कि वो आए और अपने कुछ शब्द कहें। सर प्लीज।
Jai Hind, Honorable Lieutenant and Dr. Professor Ajit Behra, and co-panelists on the stage, Lieutenant Sir, other lieutenants of various colleges of Odisha who are present over here, and my dear fellow cadets. It gives me immense pleasure and happiness to stand among the cadets as well as the gurus. This country historically has been driven by gurus and those who appreciated and imbibed the education, the knowledge, the expertise that was provided by gurus. You may be wondering how. when Pataliputra became a land of crimes and criminals, not by others, but only the main protagonist or the main man behind this exploitation of public was the king Dhananand himself. The guru who thought of changing the system was none other than Chanakya. Even it went to that point where Chanakya was pulled by his pigtail in the head and thrown out of the country because he refused to beg from King Dhananand. And the King Dhananand also scolded him in complete glare of his ministers in a full courtroom. Dhananand told him, तुम एक ही ब्राह्मण हो, एक ही गुरु हो, जो हमसे भिक्षा नहीं लेते हो. That was challenging Chanakya that you can't survive. But Chanakya was guru to the core. He replied, Dhananand, मेरे ज्ञान में अगर शक्ति होगा, तेरे जैसे राजा में खड़ा करूंगा और अपनी भोजन का स्वयं ही प्रस्तुत करूंगा. And few years later, he trained Chandragupta Maurya, who threw Dhananand out and brought a rule of law and peaceful society back into Pataliputra. Similarly, it has replicated in case of Shivaji. All of you know that Shivaji was made Shivaji Raja because of Guru Samartha Ramadas. I hope all of the cadets here should read Indian history. Please you read it. Samartha Ramadas, although was very happy with Shivaji, but the day he came back to he was not staying with Shivaji. Always he came back to Shivaji and told, I want a Vikya. And Shivaji told, Guruji, you ask for anything, entire kingdom is for you. And he took in Vikya, mujhe pure rajya de do. And he gave him. Then Samartha Ramadas again gave that to Shivaji. On my behalf you run this kingdom with justice and peace. So I am always afraid to be standing between gurus and the cadets who are eager to learn because they will transform the society. That I believe to the core of my heart. Although I graduated from Bulla Engineering College, which is VSSUT now, and did my masters in mechanical engineering from this institute. This institute in those days was not what you people are finding today. But anyway, I always respect the institute because I did my MTech in mechanical engineering from here. My brother also passed out from this college in electronics. He had topped at that time JE was conducting the entrance. He had topped the JE, he couldn't manage IIT. He was the first boy to take admission in this hall. And when he opted for electronics, there was a huge clap because everybody thought he would go to computers. Anyway, he was not like me, he was 6 feet, but both he and me, my younger brother and me, we were interested to join Indian Army or Indian Air Force, but we couldn't manage. Being the best student of electronics department, he was training hard on physical and mental ability also, so that he can crush through the exams, what as they call the SSB. He was also an applicant for NDA and CDS, but he couldn't manage. And I couldn't get SSB. So that agony is always with me, that both me and my brother, we couldn't get a service in the defense system of the country. Even now, Indian Army, we couldn't manage DRDO also. That's pain. And becoming a guru or a teacher, that much qualification also I was not having. I was a simple first class, but to be a guru. Let it be ordinary college or let it be a technical college like N.I.T, you need to have a total grip on the things. Otherwise, you can't be a guru. It's a general college also. If you want to be a reputed professor, you have to have a command on your subject and what's going on all over the country and the world. Anyway, so I am really privileged to be invited to this program. All of you are freshers in NCC, what I hope so? First year, second year, some are seniors. Anyone with C certificate? No. Anyone has done army attachment camp? Where? Mao? IMA. Very good. It's interesting. Please sit down. Have you seen the movie Prahar? NCC stands for unity and discipline. And he has gone to an army camp. Army job is not monkey tricks. It is true discipline and true dedication to for complete sacrifice. Those who have not seen Prahar, please see. I will request the professors also. Nana Patekar directed first movie. In my lifetime, now I am 55, I have watched at least 20 times. The movie came somewhere in 1992 or 93, I remember. Nana Patekar was the trainer in a military academy. And there are 4 or 5, I am not remembering now, cadet officers. Cadet officers like you, who are not fully trained, but they get Government of India salary as Indian Army officers, but they are yet to join or commissioned. They are not commissioned, they are cadets. And in the middle of the night or the end of the day, he gets a call, Nana Patekar gets a call that there are some terrorists who have hijacked some school children and they are in a bus and somewhere in the location, and now they have been assigned the job to get back the students safe. Why I want to come to Prahar, it's not an ordinary movie on military techniques or something. Nana Patekar then briefs the cadets about what is our plan, how you will go to the terrorists, how we will make a presence in the bushes around the road the bus is going, then how we will tempt them. The terrorist has to be tempted to come out from the bus, the children are to be safe. The entire plan was prepared. You can see the movie and get a feel of it. One of the cadet officer, he did a mistake. Then before commissioning the entire plan, one terrorist came out from the bus, second came out. So they were in a confusion what's going on in the middle of the road. In this confusion, the entire terrorists, 4 or 5, they should have divided the bus, they should have come down to the road, and that was the right moment when army would have opened firing. But there was some mistake and one of the officers lost his life, then the story unfolds. What I want to say, with the firepower, meticulous planning is taught in an army, and so also you have to execute it with similar spiritual dedication, I can say. Nothing should go here and there. Nothing could go here and there. Anybody knows about Marcos? Marine Commando. Please read about Marcos. Now girls are also allowed in Marcos. This is one of the deadliest commando built in the entire world, I can say. Forget about the training. The pre-elimination round eliminates 80% of the cadets. 80% of the cadets. In this January, a Jet Plus Security, great personality of India, was my guest in my house for 4 or 5 days, January 14, 15, 16, 17. He was to stay with me in my official quarter, sector 19, C101. The security that was with them, it was dead of the night, I was not having any business, so I discussed with him, what is this Marcus? He told, I have attempted twice, I have failed. You just imagine, Jet Plus security officer was eliminated in Marcus first term, not training, just entry. Training thereafter is separate. 48 hours you have to work, then you have to give a plan, then next to the laws you have to execute it without any mistake. This is Marcus. This, in many parts of the Indian Army also they do this sort of training and hardship. And it can be done. Every individual has a strength and caliber to achieve this sort of thing. Then the question arises, why some prove themselves successful in Marcus and others are getting eliminated. In childhood I had read a story, my professor's friends might be knowing. By mistake a lion cub, by mistake, he was with a sheep group in the भेड़ियों के साथ एक शेर का बच्चा छूट गया जंगल में, घूम रहा है भेड़ियों के साथ. sheep, Hindi is भेड़िया, what I understand, you call sheep भेड़िया. So like a sheep he was uttering his voice and everything, but this lion cub was not knowing that it is a lion indeed. One day a lion was in a hunting spree and found that why a lion cub is moving with this bakri bhediya. Then he ran and tried to chase the entire group. इधर उधर भाग जाते, किसी जो हाथ में लगता है उसको नहीं पकड़ रहा है. He was after that lion cub and the lion cub was also fiercely running out. Because a lion can run like a lion. It was not a bhediya, it was not a sheep, so that a lion can catch him. After a long race, when the lion cub came into the control of the main lion, the lion cub said, don't kill me, I am a little sheep. Well, you are not a sheep, why you are uttering all this? I am not sheep, I am a sheep, I am uttering my voice like this and I am talking like this. No, he took him to the nearby water pond and showed him his face. You see, you look like me. You are a lion. So those of you who have joined NCC, will reflect your entire character out. Please be in the NCC in a spiritual manner. Love NCC, do all the homeworks, do all the physical works. Army or NCC is not only about physical fitness or physical jobs, that's a part. Second part is, you should be also mentally that sharp. These commandos get split of a second to react. Split of a second to react. I was talking to someone, he is a metallurgical engineer. You cannot pour liquid iron or any other metal into a pot made of clay or paper. So your body is your patra or the pot. It has to be fit. Then only the qualitative education of becoming sharp and extremely brilliant will be entrusted you. I have friends who have passed from this institute in my previous institute, Bulla Engineering College, and some have done AMI. They have joined Indian Army. After retirement, they are great officers in private sector. Like presidents, CEO post, Chief Operating Officer, because of the brilliancy, discipline and the team, they have the power of carrying the team. And I am really happy that N.I.T. Rourkela is organizing this. I was seeing your posters and all that. Professor Ajit Bera may not be born or not. When I was in engineering, it was 1990. What's your date of birth? 87. You are not born. You can check in your library, there is a book for all mechanical engineers and electrical engineers who are reading. fluid dynamics, hydrology and fluid dynamics by a set or something, a reputed author, big book. In that book, there was only one paragraph, scramjet, supersonic combustion ramjets. You go to the Google, X-43A has been already tested by NASA. It flies at a speed of Mach 9, 7,000 miles per hour. 7,000 miles. And this is not the end of scramjet, it is the beginning of the scramjet. Scramjet will be flying somewhere between 12 Mach to 28 Mach. Already re-entry vehicles have started taking civil aviation tourists to the space and coming back. That has happened, all of you know, including Charles Bronson, Virgin Airlines owner. So, this technology can ramp up at very fast, at a very high speed, and NCC and institutes like N.I.T should come forward with research of bringing new technologies. When was an aircraft created by Wright brothers? I don't think Wright brothers were the first to create an aircraft because of little bit of Indian history I know and the world history. So, but anyway, it was 1903 or something like this when Wright brothers came out with a flying object called aircraft. In the First World War, aircrafts were used. 1914, 1915. Second World War, it was bombing. First World War, it was used for only signaling purpose, wireless purpose, reconciliation and all that. But Second World War, it was bombing. What was the period? Very fast. In military technology, in military requirement, in defense requirement, technology ramps up very fast. When your first supersonic jet crossing the speed of sound took passengers from New York, it was from London and New York or something. British Airlines jet. It was from Concorde. Concorde was flying. It was somewhere in 1980s or something. But much before that, American and Russian planes were flying beyond Mach level. Beyond Mach level. So, where the requirement is more, in defense the requirement is more and the technology ramps up fast. Whatever we are getting today in our ordinary car, it has all been created for an fighter aircraft way back. Way back. It was not created for our ordinary car. Now you have cars which have sensors all around. Any side you can touch, or it will be expected to touch on any side, it will give you a big insight. Tire pressures will get reflected on the dashboard. Fuel temperature will be reflected on the dashboard along with quantity. These are all made for aircrafts or fighting gears, not for us. Just slowly, when it becomes cheaper, it comes to general use. Technology is playing very important role in the war fields. Indian defense organizations like DRDO, they have already worked and it has been handed over to defense, I understand, but nobody is opening their mouth. They are telling that it is a technology yet to be discovered or invented. Have you engineering cadets here or MSc cadets should know there is a weapon under development or developed, I don't know. I understand it has been developed and handed over to Indian Army. It is Kali, kilo-ampere linear injectors. The new threat to the border lines and interior of India is drone attack. If a Kali is there, it can immediately jam the entire circuit and can make the entire circuit melt itself in the midair. This can happen. So all these technological changes are rapidly coming to defense. So also, we understand NCC is the incubator of Indian Army and Indian defense system. That those today in the teenage are in NCC, I believe some of them will be able soldiers of the country. In which field you are, it's immaterial. Indian defense system needs you as a scientist, needs you as an army officer, needs you as a nurse, needs you as a doctor, needs you as a researcher, it needs you in every field. Do you know the turning point of Kargil war was occurring in Tololum. Tololum peak was overseeing Srinagar-Leh highway. Srinagar-Leh highway. And the Pakistani terrorists, with help of Pakistani light infantry, if I remember correctly, were bouncing bullets from the top of a peak, and the national highway was on the bottom. Then in the movie also you can find, if I correctly remember, Colonel Vishwanathan himself opted for the mission. When I say Indian Army needs all of you, including civil engineers, before 72 hours of Tololum capture, a replica was selected by civil engineers of Indian Army somewhere nearby to Tololum. They made a recce on that, how to climb up when soldiers are firing from the top, terrorists are firing from the top. In the platoon, when the platoon decided on a black Amavasya Ratri, black no moon night, they will decided will scramble up the Tololum peak, knowing very well they will be flushed with firing from the top. Regiment ka nai, regiment ka cook, regiment ka juta saaf karne wala, they all opted for the mission. They told, we will leave you if you don't select us in the mission. They were in the mission. And the biggest casualty was that, but it was also the turning point. Carrying a heavy gun in your shoulder, you are moving up a peak, snowy peak, where the temperature on that day, it has been recorded by Indian defense records, around -10. You just imagine, just try to feel how is snowy peak, you are crawling yourself with a gun. Everything below you is cold, and you have to also fire and go on. This is the dedication, this is the determination of Indian Army, and this is germinated, incubated in National Cadet Corps. Anyway, I have talked quite a long. I believe all of you will come to the nation's help the day they want, or the day some peacekeeping operation inside the country is also done. NCC is always present whenever some big rallies etc. are done, like Mahaprabhu Sri Jagannath will be awarding his Ratha Yatra, I expect somewhere in June 3rd week this year, and a lot of NCC cadets who give their service, selfless service in during Ratha Yatra. And last year, you must be remembering, a man was faint, a devotee was faint, and the ambulance has to come and take him back. Within split seconds, a road was made in the ocean of people. In the ocean of people, a road was made within split seconds. This is discipline. This is knowledge. This is the teamwork. Most of us ignore the whistle. Whistle creates this teamwork in emergency. Those who are in the field, they can realize. During not only in drills, but a practical situation when it demands, your whistle will create the team. Anyway, wishing you all the best, and wishing N.I.T. Also all the best for future such programs, because you are helping. I will thank Professor Sir, Professor Ajit Behraji is helping the nation by organizing such a thing. where more and more of you can think of creating a tomorrow for you. And don't forget that your discipline is the absolute thing, because when you go back to your home, your house, your society, your neighbors, everybody is watching, you are an NCC cadet. So don't fall in any respect. Don't fall in any respect. And when you believe in yourself and execute and dream and behave as a true leader with all the moral values, society will give way for you. There is a line in Sanskrit. Na abhisheka na sanskara singhasya kriyate bane. There is no coronation ceremony. कोई सिंहासन आरोहण का समारोह नहीं होता जंगल में to declare that lion is indeed the king of the jungle. Na abhisheka na sanskara singhasya kriyate bane vikrama arjita sattva swayameva murgadatta. With his own ability, own capability, he proves to the jungle that he is indeed the king of the jungle. Bharat Mata ki Jai, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such a great, inspiring stances.
अभी हम हमारे कन्वर्नर लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजित बेहरा सर से निवेदन करेंगे कि वो हमारे आज के चीफ गेस्ट और गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर को मोमेंटो के साथ सम्मानित करें। सर प्लीज।
एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर। एनसीसी क्लैप शुरू करेगा, शुरू कर। थैंक यू सर। दिल थाम के बैठिए, अब वो घड़ी आ चुकी है जिसका सब कैडेट्स को इंतजार था। Now we are going to start the prize distribution ceremony. And for that ceremony, I would like to call our convener, Lieutenant Dr. Ajit Bera, sir. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon, all of you. So, you have done very well in oral presentation, also in poster presentation. Okay, it is very difficult to detect who is first and who is who will take consolation prize. So it is all of you have done very well. So, but due to some parameter, we have choose a few of the students. Right. For oral and poster. So first I will like to announce guest poster presentation. Okay.
will announce first, second, third and consolation prize for oral presentation. After that we will go for poster. So I would like to request our chief guest and guest of honor, please come forward, and we will call one by one who is getting third prize for oral presentation. Cadet Sohail Biswal, please come on the dais and get the prize. Then another consolation third prize, Cadet Satya Prakash Behra, please come. Second prize, CQMS Binayak Rao. First prize, Senior Honor Officer K.D. Srinu. Please come. Now I would like to request Lieutenant Arya Prakash Jena to announce poster first, second, third prize. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. The third prize for the poster presentation goes to Pradup Kaul. The topic is Indian Armed Forces and the role of NCC. Pradup Kaul. And second, third prize, Dhananjay Patel. That is Indian Air Defense. Hurry up, Dhananjay. Then second prize goes to Sukanya Behra. Chief Officer of T20. We have also two second winners. Second one is Satya Prakash Behra. And the first prize goes to Devyani Kumar Mahato. Topic is India's helpful nature in spite of its boundary dispute.
अभी हम हमारे कन्वर्नर लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर अजित बेहरा सर को सेरेमनी क्लोजिंग के लिए बुलाना चाहेंगे।
Very good afternoon all of you once again. Respected Mr. Engineer J.K. Dalai, Additional General Manager NSPCL, respected guest of honor Samir Khan Sahu, Senior Operational Manager, ITCL Limited, respected invited speakers, ANO, and my dear cadet and students who are present here. So anyway, you can try to create happy moment here. And so here you have interacted a lot through oral presentation, also poster presentation. It's a happy moment that we have first initiated whatever we can. So whether we will try to improve our educational system or technological system in different directions in air wing or this army wing or naval wing. So it is a happy moment and happy adventure here we already created to boost this type of activity. It is the nucleation point here. So really in this 2 day of this conference, I learned a lot with you and enjoy a lot with you. All of you are the jewel of our country. Okay. Thank you all of you for this occasion and all the participation and contribution here. Since 1 week, my cadet Soumya, Senu and his team and my student Rakesh Orko has put their maximum effort to accelerate this conference work, and finally all of the cadet has given their best effort collectively to boost their conference plan. Thank you Professor Muhammad Sir, Director N.I.T. Rourkela, to give each and every moment support all the time. As well as I have received support from different angles from all of my colleagues who are present here. Also I got support from Engineer Vijay Bhoi, Engineer Priyavat Malik, Mr. Prakash Kumar Sahu, Lieutenant Dharmendra Kumar Sahu, Lieutenant Uday, Lieutenant Arya Prakash Jana. I would like to thank media representative and third eye representative who are here also, and our. So it is I thank you all of you. And before ending the conference, I would like to invite you all of you to gather here and take a photo session here. Then we will close the session. Okay, thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all of you to stand up. We have an NCC song.